strange. Come with us and you will see this our town of Halloween. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene. Trick or treat till the neighbors gonna die of fright. It's our town, everybody scream. In this town of Halloween, I am the one hiding under your bed. Teeth round sharp and eyes glowing red. I am the one hiding under your stairs. Fingers like snakes and spiders in my hair. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Halloween, 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 Halloween. In this town we call home. Everyone hail to the pumpkin song. In this town, don't we love it now? Everybody's waiting for the next surprise. Round that corner, man, hiding in the trash can. Something's waiting now to pounce and hell you'll scream. It's Halloween, red and black and slimy green. Aren't you scared? That's just fine. Say it once, say it twice. Take a chance and roll the dice. Ride with the moon in the dead of night. Everybody scream, everybody scream. In our town of Halloween, I am the clown with the tearaway face. Here in a clash and go without a trace. I am the blue when you call who's there. I am the wind blowing through your hair. I am the shadow of the moon at night, filling your dreams to the brim with fate. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Halloween, 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 Halloween. Tender rumblings everywhere. Life's no fun without its scare. That's our job, but we're not me. In our town of Halloween. In this town, don't we love it now? Everybody's waiting for the next surprise. Skeleton Jack might get you in the back and scream like a banshee, make you jump out of your skin. This is Halloween, everybody scream. Won't you please make way for a very special guy? Elfman Jack is king of the pumpkin patch. Everyone hail to the pumpkin king now. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Halloween, 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 Halloween. In this town we call home. Everyone hail to the pumpkin song. La 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 la
This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
Yeah, your mask is muffling you really badly.
I said this is Halloween.
Oh, got it. That's it. Put the mask back on. Put it back on.
Oh, so few people won't be here tonight, and a few are either going to be late or leaving early. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, life. It fucking sucks. And you just went quiet. You might muted yourself.
That better?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Anyway, I finally get some vacation time, man, and everybody's like
got plans that don't revolve around me, man. That's bullshit.
Assholes.
So, joining us in a little while is T from Champagne Sharks podcast.
Yep. He'll be joining us at 8 Eastern time.
Okay. Hopefully.
And I said I was going to do something special later to Jeremy in private. I think I'll give I said I had a surprise. I think I'll come on and give a sneak preview of that.
Wait. But in private, what is private? What do you mean private? I thought I was given to understand that it would be something involving.
No, I mean, like I didn't announce it on the show. That's all I meant. I didn't mean it was supposed to be some secret. I just meant I didn't mention it because I didn't actually think of it until earlier in the week. But I'll give a sneak preview of it
right now.
Hey, look! I actually combed my hair for the show, and this is what it is.
Oh no! Are you going to do it?
I'm going to do it while I'm telling my story later.
Oh man! But make sure you've got plenty of hydration.
I've got plenty of milk. I'm going to get some before we start on that.
You may throw up.
I won't be. I've eaten like really hot ass stuff without throwing up. I've actually scared my friends with how much hot stuff I can tolerate.
So Zach and Gregor will be along later. I don't know how later, but I trust that they'll be here at least for a little while.
Zach's definitely not going to be here because I killed him.
Okay.
I'm actually at his place. I killed him, and I'm broadcasting from his place, covered in his blood. And when I'm done here, I'm going to steal all of his rare zebra books.
Oh, hey, well, drop by here on your way back. You know.
Sure, I'll give you a couple of them to be quiet, as if I didn't just announce it to everyone.
And Michael No is not going to be able to join us, unfortunately, tonight. I was looking forward to his story, too. I thought he would have a story. I think Phoenix will check in. And as far as Ann goes, I don't know what's going on there, to be honest. I feel like she's frustrated with personal things. And she may just be angry at all of us because we're men right now. I don't know, but I hope that she eventually, comes back around. I do know she's frustrated right now with things that have nothing to do with us. So, but yeah, I hope that she makes a return eventually. Her
internet seems to be very spotty right now, so that's probably part of it.
I guess we're just going to spitball in the meantime then. I don't know, just kind of bullshit until T comes on or until some of these other yahoos get into the room, So.
Yeah, we can do that. Well, I finished reading Jeremy Robert Johnson's The Loop, and it's definitely really good. It's definitely more of a slow burn than his other works. Like you get through it and you start wondering if he's getting maybe soft for his mainstream publishing debut, and then you get towards the end and nope, it hits you like a ton of fucking bricks. It has a really great ending.
There's no connection to Skullcrack City, is there?
I actually haven't read Skullcrack City yet, but outside of stylistically, I don't think so.
All right, all bow, hail the goat, Meister.
Good evening.
So you're going to at least join us for at the 9 o'clock hour for the storytelling thing, right?
I should be able to, yes.
Okay. And after that, if you need to leave early, that's fine. I would hate to miss out on, because I have a feeling you might have a good chance at this, gift card.
Okay.
Is that Big Bird in blackface that you're wearing on your shirt?
No, it's evil Big Bird. See, Snuffleupagus tied up and blindfolded.
Oh, he's wearing it's just shadows. Okay.
How dark and evil he is.
Wow. Snuff film, nice. Okay.
I get all my best T-shirts at tshirthell.com, where the bad T-shirts go.
I've never heard of it. Huh.
Oh yeah, it's been pretty infamous for a while for its messed up T-shirts.
Oh dude, there are some that pretty sure if I wore them in public, I would get my ass kicked.
Yeah.
So,
For some reason, the one that sticks out most to me is one that has like blood stains as well as a bunch of paint stains on it, and it says, "I just killed a clown."
Extreme voting, Kalama. Are you seeing this? Okay. These are some of the. Huh?
I need that one shirt. I tested positive for being awesome. Oh,
I've got
RBG's Corpse 2020.
look.
So it looks like you got a new setup there, Jeremy.
Yeah, sort of. Can you see it?
Yeah, well, I can't right this very second, but I was able to a minute ago.
Okay.
You got like a microphone.
Tested positive for being fucking awesome.
Oh, you have that shirt. Nice. Have you worn that out in the public yet?
Yeah. I don't think they even noticed, to be honest. I don't think they even read it, damn it.
Right.
But-
Jeremy confirmed for 100% that bitch.
What does that mean?
It's from that. Well, it's from a Lizzo song. I just took a DNA test. I just found out I'm 100% that bitch.
Check this one out. Inspired countless young women. Besotted a cartoon mermaid, so whatever. There was one back in the day when they were a few years younger, where they had a picture of one of those birds, a seagull, at the beach, and they had the soda 6-pack things around their neck, right? And it said bling bling. And there was another one of a Somalian kid, and with the poor things with their ribs showing, and it said at the bottom, ribbed for her pleasure.
Oh,
That's low, but I mean,
yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
I'd get my ass kicked if I wore it. I'm pretty sure. But I mean, see,
Yeah.
the idea that they go for the throat, they go for the controversy. So, but yeah, that's where I do all my t-shirt shopping these days. So,
What's the outlet called again?
t-shirthell.com.
Okay.
But am I still muffled?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're kind of muffled.
Oh.
Even now?
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's like you were last time when you were using the, I think the webcam mic, it sounded better.
I mean, I don't think it sounds bad, but
Yeah, it's understandable. It's just a little more muffled.
Okay, I know what to do. I think.
And he immediately does something that blinks the whole stream.
Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
where is that McGaha?
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. I killed him.
Oh,
I'm
that's good.
actually in his place right now, broadcasting from here.
Oh, wow.
I'm like covered in his blood, and when we're done here, I'm gonna steal all of his zebra books.
Oh, good. Yeah, you should definitely put a what you call unboxing video up on YouTube.
Yeah, just unboxing a rare zebra books. Don't ask where the blood on it came from.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That would be good. Yeah, I'd like to watch that. Has he ever shown off his zebra collection in a video or photo format?
Like individual ones, and I've borrowed a couple from him, but I don't think he has like a comprehensive video or anything.
So he actually let you borrow some zebra titles through the mail and trusted you to get them back to him.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Well, he's returned some to me that he's borrowed from me, so
Yeah. I'm terrible at returning things that people give me through the mail to borrow. So, like somebody let me borrow some movies, DVDs, Blu-rays or whatever, and I had them for like a year. And he pestered me about every three weeks to get them back to him, and it took about a year to get them back.
Yeah, Zach hasn't pestered me, but it's taken me a while to get around to reading the books.
Yeah.
You're completely quiet now, Jeremy. We can't hear you at all.
Oh, he's trying to talk, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot better, actually.
Yeah, it's just us now. We're the smart ones, the competent ones.
Now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yep.
But I'm muffled still.
Yes, so kind of muffled.
Okay, I'll be right back. Hang on.
So, Have you read anything good recently?
Yeah. I mean, I've finished a couple of books this week. I'm almost finished with a third. It's like I've been picking at a few. So almost done with 50 Shades of Grey Aliens. I'm almost there. I should probably finish that tomorrow. And then I also finished Separation Healing by Phoenix Rises. And I finished Indie Rock Cabin by Zach McGaha. So I finished those this week. Seems like I finished something else too. And I enjoyed them all. I mean, Zach saw that I had finished Indie Rock Cabin and has hit me up already on Facebook Messenger to try to get me to tell him what I thought about it. And I said I would talk about it on the show. And then he said, well, I'll settle just for a star rating. And then I told him I was just going to go grab a sandwich. And so I left him hanging on that. So I guess we'll wait for him to come on and I could talk with him about it as well. But have you read that book?
Indie Rock Cabin? Not yet. I do have it on my shelf though.
Okay. Yeah. But you have read Dinosaurs and Potted Plants. Is that right?
Yeah, he gave me an advanced copy to do a blurb for, and I did really enjoy that one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. I'll wait for that to be published. So I think he offered to give me a copy of that one and a copy of Indie Rock Cabin, and I'd rather just buy it and not have to feel any obligation. Right. So that's what I did. So, and I'll buy and I'm going to have to feel obligated to read it. Right. If I buy it, supporting you. Right. And I'll read it at my leisure. And, I think in my mind, every book has its time, it's like a mood timing type thing. So I don't like to feel pressured to read books, so, I mean, sometimes, obviously if I'm doing like an in-kind editing type of arrangement with another author, yeah, I mean, I'll obviously read it and do the editing job or whatever when I get it, but, otherwise. I like to have the book arrive at the proper moment for me to enjoy it to its fullest.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Now, do you actually say I'm going to read X book next, or these 3 books next are on my list, and you actually follow through with that, or do you just let the mood take you to your next read?
If there's like a review book that I want, a book for review that I want to write that has a time thing on it, because Cultured Vultures wants it within a certain time frame, then right. I do that. Like the next book I plan on reading is Don DeLillo's The Silence, because
that's a new one, right? I mean, that's the first book he's released in quite some time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the last one he released was Point Omega, which I think was like 2008, 2010, somewhere in there.
Okay. All right. So other than that, do you just let the mood hit you, or do you actually plan out your reads?
It's a sort of a mix of the two. Like I'll often check out library books. So obviously there's a certain time limit with library books.
Right.
Right now I'm reading Columbine, and that's a book that I got from the library. So, that's what I want to try to get through.
Now it's a pretty fat book too, isn't it?
It's like 300 something pages, but
that's not too bad.
So it's not too bad. It's just like a large hardcover.
All right.
I did finish reading Jeremy Robert Johnson's The Loop, and
any better?
You're so muffled.
What the fuck, man?
I think that's actually worse than it was before. I think you're making it worse.
Yeah. But I finished reading The Loop, and it's really good. It's definitely more of a slow burn than his other books,
mm-hmm.
but the ending is really hard hitting.
Yeah, I still need to read Skullcrack City. I think that's where I'm going to go next with him. The Loop seems like I might want to put that off until I read Skullcrack City. Right? I mean, it just seems like he's kind of maybe veering into mainstream territory, which isn't really a problem, but I would like to follow him there rather than kind of skip ahead to that particular phase,
Yeah, the first books of his that I read before were Extinction Journals and Angel Dust Apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely, like, compared to those, it's a slow burn, but
And it's a more mainstream feel too, right?
I'd say it is up until I'd say like a little further past the halfway point when it really goes crazy.
Okay, good. Well, that's good. That's nice to hear that it gets crazy, that it
Yeah,
lulls you
but
into thinking it's maybe a mainstream read.
yeah, but it actually helps a lot because the characters do get a lot of character development.
Right.
So it's good at building up characters you don't want to see horrible things happen to, and then doing horrible things to them.
Right. So that book that you mentioned, what was it? What was it? Apocalypse. What was the title of that one?
Oh,
Angel
Extinction
Dust.
Journals.
No, Angel Dust. Is it Angel Dust Apocalypse? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
out of print right now.
Okay, it's got a great cover.
Yeah,
I have not read it, but it's been on my list forever.
Yeah, it's out of print, but most of the stories in it are in Entropy and Bloom.
Okay.
But Entropy and Bloom is like his sort of his best of stories from We Live Inside You and Angel Dust Apocalypse.
Okay. Man, I don't necessarily like that. These best of collection type things, because it just seems like, I don't know. I mean, I would rather just be able to get the both collections, right, or whatever the case may be, or whatever number of collections. I don't know. How do you feel about these best of things? It seems like if you're not paying attention, you're going to buy something, you're going to be like, oh shit, I read all these things,
Well, I did buy Entropy and Bloom just because I haven't read We Live Inside You, but I guess with Entropy and Bloom, with like Angel Dust Apocalypse and We Live Inside You, there were a lot of like older stories that he really didn't like.
Right.
Like Angel Dust Apocalypse has this story cycle about a bunch of about a bunch of people at a rave that he apparently is not much of a fan of anymore, and that like takes up a pretty good chunk of the book.
What, he's not a fan of what, the stories or rave culture or both?
The stories themselves.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's not, it's not up to him. Like, he published it. I should be able to get it and read it. Like,
Well, you can always look for like
it might be
used
great,
copies.
right? Yeah. Good luck with that, though, right? I mean, he probably doesn't have a whole lot better out there,
Yeah,
right?
but I might still like buy a used copy of We Live Inside You just to say I own all his books, because I recently bought Siren Promised. So at this point, We Live Inside You is the only one that I don't know.
Yeah, I've only read the We Live Inside You, and I really like that quite a bit. So I need to get back in. Now, Skullcrack City is actually a novel, correct? Or is that more of a mosaic novel? What is that?
That is a novel, yes.
Okay. So yeah, I want to read that.
Yeah.
Do you think it's better than his short collections, or is he equally as good?
I don't know. Like, I know that Skullcrack City was his first like novel. Before that, he'd only written novellas.
Right.
And Extinction Journals is pretty good. So, I think it probably has promise, especially after reading The Loop.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you haven't read Skullcrack City. Mr. Jeremy has, though, right? He seems to swear by it.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Yeah.
I guess that was pretty much the book that got him the agent that eventually got him on Simon and Schuster.
Okay. So have you acquired any books this week?
The books that I did buy Siren Promised and The Haunting of Lin-Manuel Miranda by Ishmael Reed.
Okay.
The Haunting of Lin-Manuel Miranda is Ishmael Reed's response to Hamilton.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't the guy that wrote Hamilton the person in the title of that book?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because Ishmael Reed really, really did not like Hamilton. So
I mean, I think that anybody that has good taste would agree with that, right?
Yeah, he also like has a lot of quarrels with the historicity of it, how it glosses over the issue of slavery.
Yeah, it doesn't even. I mean, it addresses it to a certain degree, though, right? I mean, it seems like it's not like the topic is not in there in it at all, correct?
From what I understand, and I have not either seen the play or read the script or anything, but
Right.
it pretty much barely mentions it. It apparently, like, in the early stages had one scene that addressed it, but then it eventually dropped it because Lin-Manuel Miranda realized that he really couldn't, like, tell the story with that in the background.
Yeah, I mean, why couldn't he though, right? You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like it's just lazy.
Because
I guess.
he's trying to continue the myth of the founding fathers as, you know, these great men who, you know, did nothing wrong, and it's really hard to do that when many of them were slave owners or and elitists and things like that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's not like you know, I mean, you could have both elements in there, right? I mean, a lot of these guys were wanting to end slavery, but it was just there's all kinds of reasons why it was hard to do so, right? I mean, in their personal journals, they talked about, you know, wanting to free their slaves and et cetera, et cetera. You know the story, right? But, you know, I mean, it's complicated. It's not just cut and dry, right? I mean, it's, you know, so.
One of the big problems is Hamilton definitely wasn't one of them. And he made like a few gestures to it at first, but later was like full on board with it and actively engaging in the slave trade.
I got you. Like, oh yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but like, yeah, I know that like Washington, right, and you know some of the other cats were all about, you know, freeing their slaves, but it was because of many various different complexities of the time were you know, didn't Washington free his slaves upon his death, and the entire experiment failed or something like that? Something like that I've heard.
I actually don't know about that, but I mean, Ishmael Reed kind of made a good point in an interview I read where it's kind of like having Jewish actors play Nazi characters in a sympathetic manner. It's very a very questionable taste to do so.
Yeah, I think that that stunt casting is pretty lame. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of, it doesn't make any real sense to do it. You know, I don't know.
This is,
you know,
and the thing is, like, going back, Ishmael Reed has been very critical of writers who he believed were tokens to the literary establishment. He was very critical of Baldwin in that respect, and of, you know, the way
testing. I got it right.
That sounds a lot better. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice work. So he considered Baldwin a token. Why is that? Because I haven't read No Tell on a Mountain yet. I just recently got it from the library. But go ahead.
Well, it's because he did takedowns of other Black authors, and because he did write a book that was actually very critical of much of the literary establishment. It was called "Till the Train Has Left the Station" or something like that, and that basically got him dropped and dismissed by the New York literary establishment at the time.
Who did this now? Who wrote that critical?
Baldwin.
Baldwin did. So why is Reed then saying that Baldwin's a token then?
Oh, it's like that. They choose like the way he frames it is that the literary establishment, which is overwhelmingly white, especially, you know, back in the 60s and 70s,
right,
would choose a Black author to elevate, and it was almost always just like one, like any other. Most of the other Black authors.
But you're saying that Baldwin was elevated then cast aside after he criticized the Ivory Tower. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm following you now. Yeah. And it also seems as if not only, you know, it also seems like, you know, there's only a particular narrow range of stories that these selected authors are allowed to tell. Right. It just seems like you only really can be elevated if you tell stories of, you know,
stories that
destitute, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Of destitution, suffering, and you know, it's almost like they're getting high off of like artistic adrenochrome or something like that, right? It's like, oh, you know, I mean, it just, that's what it just seems like to me.
Yeah, we can definitely like dive into this deeper when T comes on, but he was essentially talking about that is like a lot of what got popular through the white literary establishment was things like trauma porn is
Right.
what like T calls it, and stories that make white people feel as if they've redeemed themselves of their white guilt by reading it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's just like it's only a very narrow spectrum, right? That
Yeah.
and it's got to be about suffering, and it's got to be, and so now you say there's an individual who is coming on. I mean, this is like a slapdash type of show. I have no idea who it is. Our guest is this evening.
It's a T from the Champagne Sharks, which is a podcast that talks a lot about race in pop culture. They've interviewed Ishmael Reed a few times. They actually had them on a stream a couple days ago. And I definitely recommend going to their YouTube channel and watching that because it's pretty great.
So they interviewed Ishmael Reed on Champagne Sharks, is what you're saying?
Yep.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, I have to check that out because I love that. Like I said, I think on the last episode, I love that Mumbo Jumbo book. That book's great. Yeah,
I actually didn't know, but one of Ishmael Reed's books, it's called like Yellow Cab, something breakdown, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember the full title, but apparently it was actually the inspiration for Blazing Saddles.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
I'll have to take a look at that because I've only read the one book by him. I've not read anything else, but he hasn't also, it doesn't seem like he's produced a lot, or maybe I'm mistaken.
He has, but he's actually written a lot. He's especially a lot of essays, but
I'm talking about fiction.
Yeah, he's written quite a few plays and novels, but I think like the vast majority of his output is essays.
I see. Okay.
And I also didn't know this, but Ishmael Reed's also a jazz pianist, so he also does that.
Okay. Well, that kind of makes sense based on, I mean, it seemed like he had a deep knowledge of music and its cultural impact and, cultural roots and when reading the, when reading Mumbo Jumbo.
Yeah, apparently what happened was Richard Pryor wanted to do a straight adaptation of Ishmael Reed's novel, but like Hollywood stuff happened and it got turned into Blazing Saddles, and Richard Pryor ended up not getting the part because I guess at that point his drug addiction was too heavy.
Oh, I see. Okay. Huh. I'll have to take a look at I have to go back and take another look at Ishmael Reed's catalog. I mean, I also read Mumbo Jumbo probably 20 plus years ago, right? So I'm sure that he's produced a fair number of things since then too. So, I mean, Mumbo Jumbo is an old book at the time, right? So,
yeah,
Ishmael Reed's got to be 70 or something, right?
Yeah, he's like 70 something, but he's he definitely doesn't like sound it. He sounds very very wise and lucid.
Yeah, definitely have to check out that podcast. And you said Champagne Sharks, and then the gentleman that's going to be on this podcast this evening, his name's T.
Yeah, he goes by the name T.
Okay, and is it just the letter T or is it TEE?
Yeah, just the letter T. His full name is Trevor, but he goes by T.
Okay. All right, I'm going to check this Champagne Sharks out. I'm going to write it down just so I can remember to do it. Yeah,
the podcast, they did an interview with him where he talked about his criticism of Hamilton, and on the YouTube channel they did a stream where they talked about a lot about like the what I was talking about, like the literary establishment and tokens and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Something that the Champagne Sharks have been very critical of. Like their first podcast was basically T just doing like doing a 2-hour breakdown of why he hated Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of guess I understand why people like it, but I in a way, right? I think that I don't know. It just seems like it's just so. There's nothing interesting about the take on any of the material, right? It's not musically interesting, nor are they doing anything interesting at all with the historical aspect, really, right? I mean, it just seems like it's just an Encyclopedia Britannica set to really shitty rap music, right? I mean, it's
yeah,
just
exactly. It seems like something like a PBS special.
yeah, it really does.
Like it's the rapping founding fathers, y'all.
Right. And people like it, people that, whose books that I've liked and read, like it. And, I don't really get it.
It's
I mean, but the thing is, a lot of people like a lot of stuff that I don't like, right? And I like the stuff they produce. It's a tangled web we weave, right? But, so.
I definitely think it's no coincidence that both Barack Obama and Mike Pence really liked it.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's just so. I don't know. It's just trying so hard to get, I guess, really just be safe, right? So that anybody can like it, And you also you can't criticize the stunt casting either because you'll be criticized as being racist, right? So
I think one of the funniest responses I heard to it was from someone on Chapo Trap House who said they should do like a road show of Hamilton in heavily red areas of the country and watch it get the same response that Uncle Tom's Cabin got from the nativist and gangs of New York.
Testing. It went bad for a second again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I think I've got it under control now.
That is good to hear.
We're gonna get it.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Is it still bad?
Well, it's like this still like a little bit muffled, but not nearly as bad as it was before.
How can it still be muffled? How?
It just like a little bit tinny.
He's just fucking with you now, Jeremy.
But it's no worse. It's better than it was before.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds like it usually does to me.
Okay, that sounds really good. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, all right. It took me about an hour to get my audio issues under control for some reason, but I finally got it. I got to get some quality Gregor time in here. So,
You got a nice cape on.
Thank you.
I want to suck your dick.
Yeah. I thought about going as a disgruntled Hardee's employee. It's like, I'm off the clock. Now I will spit in your food,
Does Hardee's have roast beef like a competitor to Arby's kind of sandwich?
I don't know. I don't think they do right now. I'm a breakfast crew member, not lunch.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So I know more about breakfast, but right now we're doing prime rib. Prime rib is our best seller right now, I think. Prime rib burritos and prime rib biscuits.
Is it better than the McRib?
I don't know about that, man. It's a tough one.
Yeah, they aren't paying you enough to be loyal.
Yeah, that's true. But
no, they're not.
By the way, let's see. I got some more physical books here. By the way, I read this, William Softkey and the Purple Spider, and I was really disappointed.
That's too bad because the cover is pretty nice.
You really think so, or are you being sarcastic?
No, I mean, I like it. I mean, it's an odd cover. I mean, it's,
You look at the cover and it's all nice and colorful. Then look at this. I hate it when comics do this or graphic novels or anything. I hate it when you look inside and it's like black and white or really discolored. I hate that shit. That's like you're not giving me a full product, They're
kind of weird that we expect comics, especially indie comics, to be in color.
Why?
I mean, I don't expect it. I don't, I
mean, it's the standard in a lot of countries for comics to be in black and white.
I feel like they should be in color, though. I feel like if you're going to charge like $13 or $14, that it should all be in color. That's what turned me off of Pinocchio Vampire Hunter too, because it was black and white. They look more like doodles than actual illustrations when they do it like that. But the problem,
if it was in color, it'd probably be like $20.
But I think I would be willing to pay more I don't know, maybe not for this one, because it's just a sophisticated enough plot to be for like childish adults. It at times it reads like a really weird kid's book, but they throw in the words fucking shit a few times and the main character is consistently naked. It's like it could pass for a kid's book aside from these two things. So they may as well have gone ahead and made it kid friendly instead of throwing in, nudity and profanity. It almost feels forced, and the ending is just interesting enough to be ironic, but all in all, I think that this author just isn't trying hard enough. This author, this artist, whatever. Apparently this guy is an underground sensation. CF something. But I feel like they could have tried harder. But anyway, I don't know. It was interesting for a one-time read. Then you've probably read some Michael Moorcock, right?
Yeah.
What have you read by him? What have you read?
I've read Behold the Man and a bunch of his short stories.
Elric, maybe?
I've read like one story that was like in the Elric universe.
And Gregor?
I've tried to read a couple things by him. I haven't been able to get into him. His style is something that I just didn't really find great.
Okay, so we know that he has this thing called the Eternal Champion series.
Right.
Where throughout the ages, this character will reincarnate in a different form, and come back, and he will be destined to save the world or universe again.
Right.
It's been Cormac something, Cormus or something like that is his name. And then Elric of Melnibone, and here in the future, the Fire Clown. This is apparently a dystopian setting, and the Eternal Champion this time is the Fire Clown.
Yeah, I've not seen this. I've not seen this one. This looks more interesting than a lot of things that I've seen. But go on.
I haven't started reading it yet.
Oh, okay.
I thought that it seemed different from his usual Eternal Champions books.
Right.
Then I got this. It's something about a Jewish boy who goes missing around World War II or something, and apparently he knew magic tricks or something, and they called it his greatest disappearing act. Let's see. In the summer of 1957 in Gdansk, 4 boys and 1 girl run in the woods, run in the cemetery, play soccer, play war. In an abandoned brickworks, they find unexploded ammunition left over from Germans and Russians, and real guns. Their leader is David Weiser, a thin boy of few words, Jewish. He doesn't go to Sunday school, but he can hypnotize panthers, put a bullet hole through an Adolf Hitler stamp at 100 meters, and levitate while Elka plays the panpipes. His classmates never break the oath of secrecy, never tell the principal or the militiaman or pompous, sadistic Imsky, the nature teacher, or the stern, censer-swinging Father Dudak, what really happened in the hollow behind the firing range. Who was David Weiser? Or Weiser is an adventure, a mystery, and a book about growing up in a world divided between Poles, Germans, Catholics, and communists. Who was David Weiser?
So it says he's a Jewish boy, but then they throw in this weird thing about him not going to Sunday school. That seems weird.
Don't most Jewish boys attend some kind of service?
I thought they
did
but on a different day.
Sunday.
It's not Sunday school typically. Sunday school is usually traditionally something you would associate with Christians.
Yeah.
I thought this was by Eraserhead Press originally. I know it's by an author who has published with Eraserhead before, but apparently it's Crossing Chaos, Enigmatic Ink, and Brandon Forrest Armstrong. He wrote The Dead Heart Shelters, which did come out through either Swallowdown or Eraserhead Press. And this was one of his early works, Asphalt Flowerhead. I had already read it, but I just wanted a physical copy because I can't find my PDF of it anymore. It's about a drug that is harvested from an insect, I believe. And I don't know, I might give it a reread because it was just interesting enough. Actually, better than the Dead Heart Shelters, I thought. But Asphalt Flowerhead, I didn't have to pay much for that used. But so those are my physical acquisitions this week, and that's all as far as that goes. But yeah.
Yeah, what else did I get? I got some stuff too. Let me think. Let me take a look here. But I got Clown in a Cornfield by Adam Caesar. It's like a young adult horror novel or whatever. I got that. It was on sale on Kindle or whatever for $2.99, or it is currently. So I thought I'd give that a whirl. Have you guys read anything about Adam Caesar?
Oh yeah, I actually have Clown in a Cornfield, and I've read was it the wedding season or the hunting season or something season. I've also read No Lives Remaining by him, about a guy who dies in an arcade and haunts it in the afterlife. Let's see what else. He wrote a blob type homage called I'm blanking. Exponential.
Okay.
He's written tons of shit though. Yeah.
Yeah, so the only thing I've read by him, I think it's an early collection of short stories called Bone Meal Broth. I think that's the only thing I've ever read by him, but I liked it. I got a book it's like a novella called Punch, like Punch and Judy Punch, by J.R. Park. Supposed to be good. I don't know. I also picked up Uncle Boobs by Ward Nerdlow. Have you seen that?
No, I've never heard of that. That sounds strangely alluring.
Yeah, well, Uncle Boobs. You should look it up on the Goodreads. It's actually by Edward Lorne under a pseudonym. So it's like a novella, shorter piece. It's got a pretty nice cover. I got Timber Gray from the library. I haven't started on that yet. I got Flesh Welder as well, but I bought that one. And then I got Go Tell It from the Mountain, and then this weird man gave me Monstrum Fuhrer last week, so I got that on my list to read as well. And I also have The Sky is Black and Blue Like a Battered Child. I have that on my list as well. So, or not on my list, but in my actual device, I bought that. So
Thanks for picking that up.
Well, you're welcome. I will read it. I actually kind of forgot that I had it. Wait. Yeah, I haven't read it yet. No, I haven't read it yet. So it's saying it's 99% in my Kindle thing, but it's not. I haven't read that. I read your other collection. So yeah, I'll read that here soon. I almost forgot that I had it. So yeah, it's because I've been reading poetry every morning, so I need to get into that. So cool. So what have you read thus far, Mr. Maddox, this week?
This week,
Mm-hmm.
Well, hang on, I'm going back and looking at all the titles from Cesar or what did we finally?
It's Caesar, Adam Caesar.
Because he told me Cesar.
Well, if you look at his Black T-shirt, Project Black T-shirt YouTube channel, he always refers him to himself as Adam Caesar.
And somebody said Cesare, which so far, let's see. What else have I got by him? All Night Terror, Jackpot, which was like a major collaboration with a bunch of them, like David Bernstein and Shane. What was that guy's? Shane McKenzie. Bottom Feeders was written with him and Cameron Pierce. Clown in a Cornfield. The Con season was great. Crawling Darkness, also co-written with Cameron Pierce. The First One You Expect, that one was great. That was probably one of my favorites of his. I've also got Bone Meal Broth, Exponential, the Blob tribute, and Zero Lives Remaining. Leprechaun in the Hood, the musical, a novel written by Shane McKenzie, Adam Cesar, and Cameron Pierce.
Caesar.
So that's all. I've got a lot of shit by him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how far he's allowed or can go in a young adult horror novel. So it'll be interesting to see that, because I've not read very many young adult horror. I'm curious as to see how nasty it can get.
As far as what I've read this week, let's see. I finished up a 5-star one, man. I'm very hard to impress. I know it's hard to believe, but it takes a lot for me to give something 5 stars. It has to keep a kind of consistency, a kind of rhythm, a momentum going, And so, but it was called, let me pull it up here.
Now, just before you go any further, Frank Edler is speaking directly to you, Jeremy, when he's talking about a matchup. Uncle Boobs versus Uncle Void. Mm-hmm. No holds barred.
I don't know much about Uncle Boobs. What is he? Is he one of those evil clowns?
I don't know. I've not read the book. I haven't read the synopsis or anything. I mean, I just read it whatever Edward Loren writes. I don't like to look at synopses or book descriptions if I know the author's good. So,
Really?
yeah.
Well, I mean, everybody can have a dud, though. I mean, I've got to have a synopsis.
Not if I know the author. I mean, I would never if say Clive Barker in his heyday, right? I would never read what the next book was about, or and any author whose work I really like and that their books are basically automatic buys on day one. I never look at what they're about. I just buy them and read them and like to go in blind to be surprised.
So Lynx is about this guy who is estranged from his wife and son.
And this is your 5-star read.
Yes.
Okay.
His name is Lincoln, but everybody calls him Lynx because he loves cats. Everything from tigers, he'll go to the zoo and geek out, watching the tigers and the leopards and whatnot. And he really loves cats, even stray cats, house cats, and he tries to surprise his son with a trivia book about cats, and there's a confrontation between him and the son's new stepdad. Okay. And the wife is asking him to leave, you can't see him and everything, even though it's his birthday. He manages to get the book to his son before he leaves because they're about to call the cops. Needless to say, some things go awry in Lynx's personal life after this. And, I don't think it's spoiling anything to say that, he dies, but he manages to possess a stray cat. And from there, the son manages to cope with his father's demise by spending all his time with this new cat that shows up on his porch. Okay. And you can kind of connect the dots from there. It reminded me of Cat's Eye in the degree that this cat is sentient enough to go around and influence events through certain characters, both benevolent and malevolent. Okay. And it just had a nice heart to it. And author Robert F. Allen actually did the impossible. He made me okay with the death of a child character. Now, that sounds harsh, but trust me, this child character was unredeemable scum of the earth. Absolute, total sociopath. And so I was like, go Lynx when it came to that, So I would recommend this, especially to readers who happen to be cat lovers. But I will say that there is some cruelty to animals in it, obviously, there would be with that kind of subject matter, right? So
does Lynx go to the Heaviside Layer at the end?
Heaviside Layer?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's the version of heaven that the cats go to or try to go to in the musical Cats.
Heaviside?
Yeah, it's called the Heaviside Layer.
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
I've never seen Cats, although
I'm not either.
It's hyped the fuck up so much.
Yeah, I don't want to see it, but yeah, that's what they're all like competing in that story to see who gets to go to heaven, essentially.
How long's that thing been running?
I don't know, 30 plus years, I'd say.
Is it that good?
I mean, people like it.
I think the only reason it's not running now is because of COVID-19.
Probably, yeah.
But
I heard that movie put a stake through the heart of that play, though.
I don't think it probably didn't put the kibosh on the actual stage show, because the stage show is way different. But yeah, the whole people hated the movie adaptation.
Yeah.
And, apparently, it's mostly the fault of the director, because apparently he thought it was a good idea to have the actors just dancing without any motion capture devices. So the special effects team had to just work with that.
Oh, wow. That's terrible.
Yeah.
This one here, Bug Out by Charlie Dalton. It was okay. It was basically a palate cleanser after reading something as heavy as Standalone, which I touched on last week, right?
Right.
The multiverse, these specially elected people throughout the multiverse kill, people at summer camps and haunted houses, abandoned hospitals and whatnot in order to preserve the safety of the multiverse, the continued existence of the multiverse.
Right.
And it was so heavy and like out there and cosmically, nuanced that I had to kind of read Bug Out as a palate cleanser. It's one of these that I think I got for free, and it's about an alien invasion through bug fermentation. Okay, basically, they permeate the fertilizer and make it so that the spores infect humans' brains. It's just a short, I think maybe 50, 60 page read, palate cleanser. Then I moved on to Mindviscosity by Matt Furie. Anybody heard of this artist?
He's the guy who created Pepe, isn't he?
Yeah, and of course, I can understand his pain when it was hijacked by people he disagrees with politically. I don't think that people who use Pepe as a joke are necessarily Nazis. I think it's just a gag. And
right.
They do slightly alter the illustration of Pepe, as far as I can tell. He does look different from Furie's version slightly. I can understand how he would be upset with that, but I mean, I think it was overreactionary to kill the character off. But something interesting happens with this book, which I think was released after Pepe became a meme, because if you look at the characters, they all seem to have this menace lurking behind them, behind their eyes. And I think that he was influenced subconsciously by his character being memed to death, so that he didn't trust his own creative process anymore. And so he kind of created this malevolent undertone to all these characters he designed in these illustrations here. It's just a visual feast of the eyes, So I had to give that 5 stars.
That definitely sounds different from the Boys Club comics that I read, which where Pepe does actually come from, because all of those are just like really goofy, stupid jokes, like the Pepe character pulling down his pants all the way to piss and things like that.
Yeah,
that's the comic that the original Pepe meme came from. The feels good man thing is like, hey, I heard you pull your pants all the way down when you stand up peeing, and he's like, feels good, man.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was the context. That's pretty good.
What does that even mean? What is that? The point of that discussion? I don't understand.
It's just like that. It's just kind of dumb, semi-surreal comedy.
Right.
Hey, anybody know what the deal is with Zach? I know he was going to be a little late, but
I told you he's dead.
Okay, well,
I killed him.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You got his zebra books too.
Yeah.
Dead Stop.
I've secured the fucking loot.
Dead Stop is basically just your typical Friday night zombie invasion at a truck stop. Nothing more, but certainly nothing less. It was okay. I gave it 4 stars because the character development was on point. I covered William Softkey and Lynx. And finally, I think yesterday I finished up Jack Ketchum, my first Jack Ketchum book all the way through, called Joyride. And it was really good. Like I've said before, Jack Ketchum was really good at getting into the minds of killers who are really amateurish at murder, and how guilt-ridden they are, and how they stumble and get clumsy and fumble because they're not used to killing and lying on this elaborate a scale. And so it really paints a portrait of the neurosis that comes from killing when you don't normally have it in you, but you just can't take it anymore, and you can't guilt, and you're not good at covering your tracks. And it's really nerve-wracking to read, in its own way. So I think Jack Ketchum, nobody writes the reluctant killer and the clumsy aftermath of such like Jack Ketchum did. He's a master. I could see me acting like the way they did if I were such. But so let's see. As far as what I'm reading right now, Beneath the World of Sea by Chris Beckett, which is turning out to be fascinating. I already know it's going to be a 5-star deal. It's about this strange place called the Submundo. Let's see. South America, 1990. Ben Ronson, a British police officer, arrives in a mysterious forest to investigate a spate of killings of a local species called the Duendes. The Duendes don't exist anywhere else but here in this mysterious forest, and they're said to be descended from trees, but they have like button eyes and like kind of like Coraline, Neil Gaiman's Coraline, and they create these elaborate structures out of like sand and dirt, and the local tribes will hunt the duendes cruelly, behead them and such, because they feel that they take over people's minds. And actually, anyone who stays in the Delta, aka the submundo, for like longer than a week, they will start to lose track of time and start to be sucked into the fantastical imagery that the duendes project onto them. And so I'm not sure whether they're malevolent or benevolent yet. It's all very mysterious still, and I think I'm 50% through. But this one is definitely going to be a 5-star no matter how it washes out in the end. I just know it. And there are other creatures in this forest. Strangely, there are only scavengers. There's no predators, or prey, I don't believe. Just scavengers when things die naturally. There's other things in this forest like called ghost rays, which I picture to basically be like flying stingrays flying through the air. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating.
So where's this guy? I mean, what the heck? This sounds like a pretty damn good book. Who's this Chris Beckett guy? Where'd this come from?
He might be a first-time author. Actually.
Huh.
Let's see. No, it looks like he's got a series going. He's written something about the Turing test with that William guy who cracked the code in World War II or whatever, I guess. America City.
The Turing test, but yeah, okay, yeah.
The Cloak, Jelly, the short story collection. Apparently, he is a pretty seasoned.
Where is he from? United Kingdom.
Oxford.
Like?
Yeah, Dorset, England.
Huh.
He was.
I might give that a whirl. That sounds like a pretty crazy book.
Check it out. He was educated at the Dragon School in Oxford. How badass is that?
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
To the Dragon School. That's awesome. I'm seriously worried. Should I be worried about Zach? I mean, is he mad? Is he mad too, like Ann, or what? I mean,
I told you he's dead. T is here. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, hold on just 1 second though.
Yeah. Take your time.
I have the wrong. It's not going to my earphones.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, here we go. Now it's going to my earphones. Perfect.
We can be fine. So, how you doing, sir?
Not bad, man. How you guys doing?
Well,
doing
Ben,
well.
Yeah, Ben tells me that you have an interesting take on recent horror films such as Mama,
Ma, Antebellum.
Yeah, one was called Ma. To be fair, I haven't seen Ma. It just looked pretty bad to me. But
Antebellum.
Yeah, Antebellum was pretty terrible. I saw that one.
Us and Get Out.
Yeah. Have you seen all those movies? I've seen all of them except for Ma.
I've seen Us and Get Out. I haven't seen Ma and Antebellum. But I know that you kind of put Lovecraft County in kind of the same category.
Oh, yeah. I put Lovecraft County in the same category. I mean, I think I genuinely I did. I genuinely really liked Get Out when it came out. I saw it multiple times. But the trend that it sparked, I just really don't like. And I feel like even Peele is not immune from it. Like, I feel like his Us was kind of a bad Get Out as well, because I felt, and this is just my opinion, but I felt Us was trying too hard to be clever than to be coherent. So there was so much stuff that you had to look up, or Easter eggs, and there were all these articles that I admit was pretty thought-provoking stuff that I missed. Like, what did this mean? Why was this in the scene? Why was Hands Across America here? What was this clue about? Like, that was all fun and everything, but it just wasn't really, to me, entertaining. It forgot to be entertaining. It was trying so hard to be clever, I thought.
That was kind of the problem I had with Us. Like with Get Out, it to me had a very both a coherent story and a coherent message, and even like the sort of mad scientist stuff kind of makes sense in a sort of horror movie logic way.
Yeah.
But with Us, it felt like it was trying to say something about, I don't know, maybe class, identity, something like that, but I have no idea what it was trying to actually say.
Yeah. And also, I think Get Out, just actually watching it was engaging. Like, I didn't look at my watch. Whereas Us, there were times I was fidgeting, looking at the time.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and I think a lot of the timing of the humor in Us was not very good.
Yeah.
Like that infamous scene where after like the whole family gets slaughtered and the Alexa plays "Fuck the Police." That felt very like a mood whiplash to me.
Yeah, it's another example of just cleverness winning out over the overall product. You know what I think was different too with Us? Get Out, to add to the coherence, the more you watch it, the more sense it makes. Like you notice stuff and you're like, oh, that's what happened. Oh, the grandfather, when he lost to Jesse Owens, that sparked the fuel of his bitterness / envy of black people. Like when you rewatched it, I felt more and more was making sense. Where with Us, when you rewatch it, the more you watch it, the less sense it makes. Like, wait a minute, how can the bottom level be mirroring the upper level all the time? What about when the people go to school? Is it like a car underground and these weirdos are just driving? Like, how extensive is it under there? Like the more you watch it, the less sense it actually makes. Like, there's no way that whole premise can actually work once you expose it.
And if they were clones or if they were taken through some portal to be there, that's what confused me. Now, I know there was a huge info dump near the end, but I'm just trying to understand: were they taken through a portal to get to be brought there, or were they cloned, or what?
It seemed like an experiment, so I thought they were cloned, but at the same time, how can they all match everyone's age exactly and they're all mirroring? I mean, so much of it makes no sense. Like, do they get the people below to impregnate each other the exact same moment as their doppelgangers and the same sperm hits the same egg? It doesn't seem to work. It doesn't make sense. But
they would have to be brought through from an alternate dimension where they have done that, right? I mean,
yeah, that makes way more sense. But the problem is that people, once they're there, are supposedly duplicating all the actions from above. So to me, the birthing sequences must be duplicated down there too. Like, I mean, basically nothing makes sense the more you think about it. If they're brought in from an alternate dimension, then when it's time to make the new generation, did they pluck that out of an alternate dimension too? And
yeah, that's the biggest. Like one of the biggest problems is the fact that they like stop the plot to explain where they came from, and they do do this sort of like 50s mad science thing that they do in Get Out. But like I said, in Get Out, like it kind of makes sense in that sort of movie logic way. Whereas with Us, it really would have been a lot better if they, didn't explain where the doppelgangers came from.
Yeah, exactly. Because once they tried to explain it, they just made more obvious how little sense it made.
Yeah, it seems like it would have been better, and I've not seen it, right? But it seems like they would have been better off either having a supernatural explanation for it or a non-scientific one, right? Or zero explanation, right? So,
Or maybe if it was more openly absurdist. So you get very early on that things aren't going to make sense. This is kind of an absurdist thing, but it's not that. It seems to be pretty meant to be taken at face value for most of the movies. So, and it tries to keep that going. Like you said, that info dump at the end seems to be trying to make sense. And I read somebody put together a lot of the clues to try to put together some kind of narrative, and it just made it worse. Because too much stuff just doesn't match up. Like the Hands Across America thing was meant to mean something, but how on earth are they able to replicate the Hands Across America underground? Like, this is weird. I don't know.
Zach,
and
welcome to the show, Zach, by the way. Well, hang on, Ben. I just wanted to get this in. Zach, welcome to the show. Glad you made it, buddy. Have you seen Us, Zach? Because I know you're spoiler sensitive, but I've got to say something. Do you want to cover your ears?
I've seen Us, and I've walked through the haunted house of Us, so I'm very familiar with it.
Okay,
cool.
So for anybody who has not seen Us, you might want to cover your ears for the next 15 seconds. So, T, I'm just trying to understand, on top of being either a clone or alternate dimensional people, how does she take possession of the mother at the very end? Because I definitely got that vibe that she takes possession because the son is freaked out when he's looking at her in the car, like she took control.
Oh, no. It's a different implication.
The mother is the doppelganger.
Yeah, the mother was always a doppelganger. So that's the twist. Okay, so here you go. And again, this still makes no sense. But remember the flashback scene where the little girl encounters her doppelganger? And what happened is the doppelganger kidnapped the above ground version of the girl and dragged her down there. And because she choked her, she ruined her windpipe a little bit.
That's why she talks like this.
Exactly. She's the real girl. And that's the reason.
Why she's bitter then.
That's why she's bitter. And that's why she's the only one who can talk. But if you notice, when the girl came back after the experience in the flashback, she was silent, and they thought it was because of trauma, but she was actually silent because she was the underground girl. She had to learn to talk.
How did I miss that?
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the problem of the movie is that it's easy to check out before then, because I feel like it's way too into being clever and the twist, and it forgets to be entertaining. So I think it's really easy to kind of be not very invested by the time you get to the twist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then there's the, like, compared to Get Out, like Get Out, I feel like taps into something very real about race relations in America. This idea of wanting things with the appearance of Black people and things produced by Black people without actual Black people in it. Whereas Us, I feel like it's trying to say something about like maybe identity, class, but it's just kind of vague and up in the air. It doesn't really.
Well, I like that aspect more because the thing about Get Out was like it had a very cool. I kind of like how it was sort of like a flip-flop social justice thing, which was awesome. But it felt like that was the only cool thing going for it. Whereas Us, although it didn't really have much of a message, it seemed like it was just freaking awesome and fun throughout.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, he said that he didn't want to always do them about race, but he wanted to hire as many Black people as possible. So I think, based on him saying that he doesn't want to be the race guy all the time, I have a feeling Us was meant to be more about class and stuff like that. But I think the fact that the family is Black kind of makes it unavoidable that racial implications go in there anyway, you know?
Yeah, I just didn't really pick up on anything, I guess.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I feel like it was trying to like do something with the some kind of like keeping up with the Joneses thing with the white family that they were friends with. But, you know, like I said, it doesn't really feel like it felt coherent, but it was trying to say something, but really didn't.
Yeah, I think the underlying premise was just so ludicrous that it kind of just makes everything else kind of fall apart because it's just so ridiculous. Like, it's just so, like, I want us to suspend my disbelief, and whoever said it would have been great if it just didn't bother explaining everything, I think was absolutely right. It's kind of like being John Malkovich. They just didn't explain what was going on with that weird floor and that room.
Go into someone's head, for instance. How did that even work is the thing.
Yeah, and they didn't even bother, and it makes it work better because then it makes you realize, okay, this is absurdist. So now I can just suspend my disbelief about that and just think about what it wants me to explore using the John Malkovich thing. But Us seem to really want to sell the science fiction aspect of the tether world, and I think it was woefully underprepared to do that. And
it seems like, I mean, I've not seen it and everything, but everything I've heard about it, it sounds to me as if it's possible that some studio executive said, you got to explain what the hell's going on in this movie.
Oh,
right?
maybe.
You know?
Yes, very possible.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because they probably expected something like that after Get Out. Something
a reveal.
Like someone probably went up to him and said, "You're not David Lynch. You have to have a underlying explanation for all of this."
Or if you are David Lynch, we don't want a David Lynch. This is meant to be
exactly.
a risk averse. Yeah, exactly. And some people. Well, I call a lot of TV now, a lot of movies now, homework TV or homework movies, where it's like they want you to look up stuff and read stuff, or part of the joy of it is, that's a good example is that J.J. Abrams mystery box technique that where it's like it's like a big IQ test, and what can you notice, and we all go online afterwards and compare notes and see who noticed what, and whoever noticed the most stuff or can explain the most stuff is the best fan. And that's how we enjoy this movie, is who can find the most Easter eggs, who can find Waldo the most. And I feel like it's the worst way to consume and discuss entertainment, but I feel like J.J. Abrams kind of made that the norm, and they don't even care really what the answers are so much as if they can spot them. And I felt like Us was very much in that mystery box thing where it was just trying way too hard to lead the audience on an Easter egg scavenger hunt. And there were a lot of articles like that, like in Slate and Vox and all this stuff, that were just the annotated Us explanation, like what everything meant. But with Get Out, I didn't mind because I was very engaged in the movie and the message. So once I like all that stuff, I don't mind that stuff as a bonus. But Us, I so was turned off and didn't care that when I saw those type of articles explaining all the Easter eggs, I'm like, I don't really care anyway. It's
the movie has to capture you in and of itself, right? Before you can even care about any of this little bonus stuff, The
mystery box technique is so flawed because it jaded a lot of Lost fans, for instance. They generate a mystery before you even know it. You see, mystery authors, for instance, used to know the ending first and work backwards. Now we're just going to create a mystery and then explain it, make it up as we go along. That is such a flawed way to present a mystery, and it is always what's the term?
Underwhelming.
Well, underwhelming, but also fails to deliver.
Right.
Always fails to deliver.
Yeah, and it also creates a mistrust of open-ended series, right? Like it kind of this creation of these mysteries that there's been a precedent set by these Hollywood big shots where we don't have to do the work to have an interesting conclusion or explanation for what we're setting up here, right? We don't even have to fulfill the promise of the premise as long as we keep you intrigued, and I think that creates a sort of mistrust.
Yeah, I think one thing too, right, is mysteries can work depending on how you do them. So, for example, I'm not making this up. This came from another article I read, but the article made a good point. It said in Pulp Fiction, this glowing suitcase works because, as far as something that's never explained or whatever, because what's in it doesn't really matter. What the suitcase leads everyone to do, is what matters, and it's just kind of incidental. So there could be anything in there, but Tarantino doesn't even really try to pretend that the suitcase is what matters, It's where it leads Sam Jackson's character to, as far as giving up the life of violence, and where it leads John Travolta, which is basically to death or whatever. And with something like, say, J.J. Abrams, and who is Reyes' parents? I mean, who are Reyes' parents, right? You can't have something central to the story or a big part of the story be not figured out or
Right.
treated as incidental after the fact, you know?
Yeah,
And that's where Lost went wrong, was they pretended all this stuff was very important. Like Walt, the kid Walt, was supposed to be a big deal, and then suddenly he wasn't. Who cared?
Yeah, the thing with that's partially, not J.J. Abrams' fault. He did set it up in the first movie, and it was obviously being set up to be answered in the subsequent movies, but then they gave the next movie to someone else entirely. Ryan, what was his name? Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson. But it's still his fault for not even having an answer. He admitted that he had no idea who it was. Yeah.
It's kind of in retrospect, it's kind of baffling just how little thought they put into this sequel trilogy.
Yeah,
it's actually insulting, really.
Yeah,
right?
They pour all this money into this huge franchise into buying it. Yeah, and then buying it and making it, and it's just like they just hand it to a couple guys. It's like, do whatever you want.
It's like these guys don't care. Who cares what? These guys aren't smart, right? That we're delivering this stuff to. As long as it's shiny, they're not going to care, right? I mean, that's just insulting,
Dangle keys with a Yoda figurine in front of people's faces for 2 hours for 3 movies, and then we'll make money.
Yeah.
Yep. And what's interesting? Like, for example, he could have, if he had something in mind when he was doing it, then it would have had some clues in the first part that maybe the second people could have picked up on. He could have said, hey, this is who I intended it to be. If the other person doesn't want to pick up the slack, then so be it. They can make it their own person. But at least there's some kind of anchoring or rooting there. But he didn't have that at all. He said, I had no idea who the parents were. I just thought it was a cool mystery. And someone else could take it wherever they want. But the problem with that is that you end up dropping clues that don't mean anything. So when you rewatch it, there's really no point. So Ray gets shown this vision by that little alien lady, right? And how does the alien lady have Luke Skywalker's lightsaber? It doesn't matter. So what was the whole point of the alien lady's visions of her parents? Doesn't matter. If Luke didn't want to be found, right? Why did he leave the map of where to find him? Like, why would he why did he make a whole map of how to find him if he was checked out of all this? And that's kind of the problem of when you make mysteries with no coherent thought behind them. Then the second guy is not thinking either. He just wants to be clever.
And if they really are just doing like $1 billion exquisite corpse type thing, right? Just one guy comes up with a little bit and doesn't care what's going to happen with it. He hands it off to another guy, right, to complete it. I mean, that's an amazing amount of decadence and, I don't know. It just seems like exceedingly decadent and, almost flippant, really, right? It's like they don't care enough about story to actually plan out the 3 movies. They knew they were going to make a three movie cycle, and they can't plan out an overall story arc. It just seems really insulting to the general audience.
So wait, couldn't he have done the map? Wait, am I coming in?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
What about as a contingency plan? He could have done the map thing as a contingency in case they really needed him, right? I mean, but
you're writing it for him at that point, right? You're writing it for them at that point.
That was implied in the first movie. It's not really until the second movie where he just comes across like, I didn't want to be found. And that's because, Ryan Johnson subverting expectations, like people kept saying.
And what was the deal with the alien milk? I mean, that was a really odd scene, was it not?
Yeah, it was very bizarre.
It was kind of funny, but I kind of feel like they were trying to catch. Maybe in retrospect, they were trying to catch lightning in a bottle with the first one, they were not meticulously planned out because they had no idea what a hit the first movie would be. So they were kind of riding by the seat of their pants, but it still, managed to come out mostly coherent. I guess they thought they could do that again with ignoring the fact that, at the time, the first trilogy, it was brand new, did not have this entire expanded universe behind it and everything.
But at the same time, they bought out Marvel, right? The Marvel Studios, which obviously they have a master plan, at least rough, right? I mean, obviously
Yeah.
they're gonna be able to go with the flow a little bit, right? But they have it mapped out, and that's like one of the most successful franchises, definitely the most modern successful franchise, right? And they're not going to plan it out for this. I mean, which is a huge property. It just seems insane.
I mean, I think one thing that really kind of hurts. I think this is a general problem. I talk about this. I apologize for anybody who listens to my podcast because what I'm going to say is going to be repetitive of stuff that I say there all the time. But things are so different now in terms of corporate structure, where everything is just a department in a giant multinational conglomerate or corporation. So then what kind of ends up happening is there's a couple of things, right? I've been like really thinking about this. Back in the day, you had somebody who was the head of a movie studio, and the movie studio was a standalone company. It wasn't like how Disney movies or Marvel movies is like a subset of Disney, which also includes a TV department, theme parks department, animated division, Pixar, merchandising. So it's like the company had to be a standalone company, and it rose or fell on its own profits. So first off, the people who created those companies, the Daryl Zanucks and the Harry Cohen's at Columbia or Jack Warner from Warner Brothers, no matter where they came from industry-wise first, they became the head of a movie studio, and that was all they did. That was their company. They had more to lose because if this thing went down, they lost their livelihood. That was their company, right? They couldn't afford to not be profitable because they weren't a loss leader for a different department. They're the whole kit and caboodle. Even if you're not a creative, even if you don't come up as a actor, writer, director into the position of studio boss, right? Even if you didn't come up that way, if you're the head of a movie studio for 5, 10, 20, 30 years, you're going to get to know the creative side and every side of the movie business. You're going to end up getting a creative instinct. And those old movie producers, those old movie studio heads used to have a very good creative instinct as well as a commercial. It was their job to get to know every part of the department. So they had more to lose. They had more actual creative intuition. But now what is it, right? These are all suits in charge of everything. The original Lucasfilm is run by George Lucas. He's a director, and he created this vision. He has a creative idea about things, even if the creativity sometimes takes a weird turn, like the prequel trilogy. It's still like his baby. He still has thoughts about stuff. If you ever look at Kathleen Kennedy's resume, she just got a kind of a weird resume. She just is really good at being in the right place in the right time and buttering people up. She's just someone who does good office politics. She just kept ending up being people's assistants, ended up being promoted through Steven Spielberg from his assistant to charming him and becoming a producer on some of his stuff. Then on Raiders of the Lost Ark, Spielberg combines with Lucas, and then she butters up Lucas and gets a producing credit on some Lucas stuff, and then ends up on Lucasfilms. So she politics her way to the top of Lucasfilms, but she has no creative idea. The people in charge of the studio now, like in charge of Warner Brothers or Time Warner, was this guy Kevin Suihara or something, a Japanese guy. I mean, that guy is tasked with being in charge of the music department, the movie department, the TV department, all this stuff. unlike the Harry Cohen or the Daryl Zanuck of yesterday, or Stan Lee when he ran Marvel Comics, it's impossible for one person to know all this stuff. You know, he's just a business guy with a business degree.
Right. He's got a spreadsheet.
Yeah, he's got a spreadsheet. So
Right.
all these people know how to do is like, we own a bunch of stuff that we have no instinct for and no idea how to do. Who looks smart? Wait, J.J. Abrams, you make a lot of money in movies. Can you explain what we own to us?
Right.
Kathleen Kennedy, you're head of Lucasfilms. You must know something. You know, and meanwhile, she really doesn't. She's just a schmoozer.
I mean, she has no sense of a genuine story, what she actually has that she's the steward of. She has no instinct for it. Yeah.
Exactly.
It reminds me of this one short story that I read once where the main character is a TV executive, and someone tells him, like, oh, I like that your job is making shows. And he says, I don't make shows, I allow them to be made. And that's basically what they are. That's what their job is.
Yeah. I mean, no one has any stakes. Like, for example, the person who's in charge of movies today, he might have came from the gaming department, and if he fails, he's just gonna get hired somewhere else. This is not his company. He's, he'll get a golden parachute and then become an executive in a trading card business or something.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Right. It's like I don't know if like going back to the auteur model is the best thing like that often works, but that actually was a disaster for Hollywood back in the day, especially with movies like Heaven's Gate.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's problems with that too.
That took
but also,
5 years
I don't
to
think
make,
you can
right?
because sorry.
Well, I mean, Heaven's Gate took like 5 years to make, didn't it? It was production, right?
It went way over budget. The final cut was something like 4 or 5 hours, and they had to like chop it up to try to save it, and it just absolutely bombed.
Yeah, but at least they're failing spectacularly rather than just failing in a very expensive, mediocre manner.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, to be that low risk and lowest common denominator and still suck is
right.
Just a wet fart into a diaper made of $100 bills.
Right, exactly. But it's just hugely expensive turds. Yeah.
And the weird thing is nowadays you could probably get away with the auteur model even more because since none of these things have to actually be profitable in and of themselves, they're just a department in a giant conglomerate. You can just kind of be like for example, in record labels, the jazz department was not considered profitable, but it was considered prestigious and it gave a certain type of intellectual cred or whatever to the record label. So they would have things like the Britney Spears and the NSYNCs of the line be the ones that subsidize the less money making but more prestigious things like jazz, but if they were just a jazz label, they wouldn't really have that option, So to me, like, they should do something similar. Like with all these Marvel movies making a crap ton of money, you would think now that the movie department is just 1/10 of the whole conglomeration. Just try something auteurish or crazy, but the corporate mindset is so all enveloping. They still can't even risk even that.
Yeah, they can't. Right. They can't even create. They can't even. Or they rarely ever really take a chance on something that's original to the screen. Right. It's got to constantly be based on some other property, right, or a remake. It's got to be a safe bet, and even on a small budget, they've got to be as timid as they possibly can. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's still films like that do come out. I did watch Possessor in the theater, Brandon Cronenberg's new movie, and there's no way that like major American studios would touch that. But Brandon Cronenberg is Canadian, so he's able to do things like get grants from the film board and such.
Right.
That's called Possessor.
Yeah. It's really good. I highly recommend it. And his first movie, Antiviral, too.
It came out in 2020. Interesting.
Yeah, I want to check that out. I want to see that kid's films. I bet they're pretty good.
Yeah, he's definitely following in his father's footsteps.
Oh, so he's David Cronenberg's son?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Antiviral was great.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Now, about celebrity people like getting injected with celebrity diseases, so they can feel like they can vicariously be
Suffer with them.
Yeah. Really weird concept, but it's almost plausible in a dystopian future sort of way. You know?
Yeah, it's very darkly satirical, and it works very well. Like, there's even like another part of the movie is that which I actually found grosser, is that there's this business of selling meat that's grown from cells of celebrities.
And what did he call it? My meat farm or something? Is that what he called it? Want to see my farm?
Yeah, this is like this grotesque like mixture of like tendons and ligaments wrapped around a bunch of metal poles in this fish tank.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check those out. I love Cronenberg, and it sounds like this guy's going back to his daddy's roots.
And it looks like, from reading the making of the film, like they seem to have made it independently, and then somebody purchased it to distribute it. You know, so it wasn't in that corporate system. Because I think one thing in the corporate system is no matter what happens, you always have to be growing, and you have to explain every loss a lot of the times. And that seems to be, I think, part of the problem, that corporations have the most cushion to take risk, but the market doesn't work that way. Stockholder quarterly reports, they want to see nothing but one direction of movement. They don't believe in, let me take one step back, but it might lead to 2 steps forward. You know, it's just
especially in a publicly traded company, right? If it's a privately owned firm or something like that, they might be able to do things like that. Yeah,
exactly. But
and I know that Possessor that was actually a non-rated version. It was playing in like a few selected theaters. It only had aired at Sundance and a few select theaters around the country. And at some point, they're gonna do an R-rated version that gets a wider distribution.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, it sucks for the current climate, with the movie theaters being closed. But I hope it gets great success because.
So that Possessor is on Prime. You can rent it, and it's the unrated version. Is that right?
No, it's been playing in select theaters. I actually was able to go to my theater to watch it.
Oh, okay.
Because it is open. It just has a lot of like strict, wear a mask and social distancing stuff.
Right. Okay. Well, that sucks. I'd like to see that Tenet movie too. Has anybody seen that?
No, and the bootlegs are even bad. Like, I tried to find a bootleg, and the bootleg was shot in a Chinese theater, and it was horrible pictures.
Yeah, I mean,
they've done a good job
here.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
they've done a job on keeping it under wraps as far as the bootlegs go. I don't know if there's a place I can see it in New York. I feel like all the theaters are closed in New York. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to get somebody to go with me to see it. So I mean. I guess I could go by myself, but that seems kind of lame,
I mean, this is the best time to get away with it. People just think you're being socially responsible.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And Gregor and I live in the Midwest, so that's probably part of it. They're not nearly as strict and not nearly as packed together as like New York and California are.
Yeah, they had we went to this, I don't know, a little shopping area around our, not too far from our house, and the movie theater, I guess, was in such sad state that they were out. So they had people outside on the sidewalk in front of the theater, giving away wine samples and free Cokes and drinks just to get people to come up and talk to them about the fact that their movie theater is actually open. Oh my God. This is a big multiplex. Yeah.
I was wondering what the state of businesses are going to be when this is all done. Like, the things that survive are going to have to be big things that can take the hit. So I feel like a lot of, some of these smaller mom and pop businesses are going to be replaced by local Starbucks. Like, people's bodegas are going to become like Starbucks by next year when things pass. It's going to be weird.
Yeah,
it's
pretty shitty, really. Because I mean, all the characters are going to get wiped out. It's just going to be, and I mean, Americana is already, McDonald's and chains, right? Franchises, right? It's going to be even worse than that. It's going to be no matter where you are, it's basically the exact same place.
yeah, the whole throughout the whole thing, people like Jeff Bezos only get richer. So
Right.
it makes you feel like we're just fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, I love going to the movie theater, man. I mean, that's a real shitty thing to see as a cultural pastime to die, right? I mean, hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. I mean, I should go to the theater just by myself just to support it. So
Yeah, I mean, if you can, why not? Yeah,
Right.
I mean, they shut down all the ones here. I mean, a big problem with New York is that it's been so big business friendly and so gentrifying that the problem with a lot of these things is that these people don't care and don't need anything. Both the actual inhabitants who gentrify and the businesses they attract. So as soon as this thing hit New York, a lot of gentrifiers just said, "Oops, okay, we're gone." Like F this,
Right.
And then a lot of the businesses are big chains, and the chains don't care. The chains are like, like Regal just decided, hey, we're just gonna shut down for however long it takes, and poof, a whole bunch of theaters just disappear.
Yeah.
Hey, Zach, did you have any questions for T?
No, I'm actually not familiar with UT. I heard you're from some kind of Champagne Shark podcast.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
What's the focus of that podcast, or is there one?
Well, it's pretty much race, pop culture, and politics. But lately, it's been more pop culture than anything because I feel like with this quarantine and everything, a lot of people are just probably. Well, I know I am. I don't really want to focus on too much depressing stuff. So we still talk about race and stuff, but yeah, lately we've been doing a lot of stuff on pop culture, movies, TV. The original.
Oh, go ahead, buddy. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no, I was gonna say the original premise of the podcast, which I think we might have strayed from a little bit, but we had this idea where we were wondering, like, why is writing or talking about race or just race documentaries, whatever, is always about explaining non-white people to white people. So we said, what if we did a podcast on race, but it was a podcast on race where we explain white people to non-white people, and then that was the original idea behind it. And I think it still animates the ethos of the show a little bit, but I think we've kind of drifted a little from the original.
That definitely seems to be underlying, especially with a lot of the pushback you've been getting on the podcast, or what you call the black blue check marks on Twitter, and the sort of takes that they always have, which do often feel like they're pandering to a like a white establishment.
I mean, yeah, because those are the people who have the most disposable income to spend, and they do the hiring in media. So you kind of have to. But one thing I've said and I've noticed is I feel like that quote, all happy families are, what is it? All happy families are the same, but all miserable families are different in their own way. I think it's like Tolstoy or something.
Yeah, I've heard that quote. Yeah.
Yeah, I forget. All happy families are. It's Tolstoy and Anna Karenina. All happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. I feel like blue checks are like that. Like blue checks are basically all alike. Like whether it's white blue checks, black, Asian, whatever. I feel like that kind of media gatekeeping class is just one type of cringy person, and that's a more of a bonding similarity than their respective races, political affiliations, gender, class level, anything. I just feel like that's a very binding identity.
Yeah, that especially interesting with the sort of backlash against 50 Cent. I've kind of followed this on Twitter, but there was this whole hashtag that was trending called like hashtag blame black men, which seemed to focus on the fact that 50 Cent was a man, and not the fact that he's fucking rich and doesn't want to pay more taxes.
Right.
Yeah, well, the way to get around that, right? Well, the blame black men thing was a parody hashtag to make fun of how black men get blamed for everything. So then people were hashtagging blame black men, then blaming them for like deliberately outrageous stuff. So they were saying like black men caused a 1929 stock market crash. Black men, did this. But what was funny is, a lot of people took it and started tweeting earnestly under the parody hashtag. So people were doing what you said. Like they're like, yeah, 50 Cent, you're to blame for everything. And somebody tweeted this to me. I can't take credit for it, but someone tweeted to me that black men are the Bernie Bros of race, or the Bernie Bros of 2020. Like 2016, they're trying to blame Bernie Bros for everything, and now it's like black men. It reminds me of Susan Sarandon too. Like the idea that like 90% of black celebrities, male, female, whatever, are all like for Biden. So this idea that like 50 Cent and Ice Cube like single-handedly can outweigh all these people. It reminds me of something that Susan Sarandon said, where she did a list of all the celebrities that are for Hillary in a list of herself under Bernie Sanders, and was like, I had no idea I had this much clout.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty incredible, really, that that these guys get really attacked for speaking their political views. This is amazing.
I mean, and maybe 50 Cent is trolling. Who knows? But he's at the end of the day, he's still one guy. He's not. I mean, no one has any proof that there's anybody out there who's like, man, because of 50, I'm going to do this. They've just created this idea of a legion of black men who just waiting for 50 to give them their marching orders. It's just it doesn't resemble the situation on the ground at all. It's really kind of insulting, this idea that people are looking to 50 Cent for their political guidance,
or any of these, or any of these celebrities, musicians or actors or otherwise, right? I mean, I don't give a fuck about what Mark Ruffalo thinks about anything, right? I mean,
exactly.
Unless it's acting skills, right? I mean, potentially,
By the way, Phoenix is also welcome, Phoenix.
Hey, thanks.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not too much. I was tuning in a little bit earlier. And yeah, it's been an interesting conversation. I tried not to get the spoiler for Us. Yeah, because I still haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I think we're past that. So I think you're
we're pretty well past that.
Well, we might talk about Lovecraft Country. I don't know if you've seen that or.
Let's hear about that. I've not. I mean, I know that it exists. I know essentially. I think what the premise is. What are your what's your take on it?
I think it's pretty bad. I feel like a lot of people feel the way I do, but there's a handful of people whose opinions I usually respect who like it. But a big problem I have with it is another example of like what Watchmen was to me, which is I call it homework TV, where there's a lot of real life events worked into it, and then at the end of every episode they tell you, hey, here's some stuff you can read. They have a official podcast that goes along with it, and then the podcast gives you homework. And I feel like a lot of that stuff is kind of cheating, because you're kind of counting on the real historical events to pull you through and give you content. And there's a lot of what I call like stolen emotional response. Like they take the emotional response that gets attached to things like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Black Wall Street Massacre and Emmett Till, and then kind of drop it in there, portray it, don't really have much to say about it, but then try to use some of that traumatic imagery and whatever to lend emotional depth to the characters they put in the story.
Right.
And it's kind of unearned. Like they didn't really, the characters are kind of underwritten and everything. You're supposed to like him. Like in Lovecraft Country, they made one of the characters, little girl character, Emmett Till's best friend. So then Emmett Till dies. There's a funeral for Emmett Till in the beginning, and then the rest of the episode's about how it traumatizes the little girl and not really about Emmett Till. And one of the problems I have with that is, like, if you want to examine race and sexism and genocide and all that stuff through allegory, that's fine. Like Stepford Wives, Get Out, all this stuff, or episodes of Star Trek where one thing represents something else, like that's fine. But when things like Watchmen and Lovecraft Country have real events, but then mix it with the allegorical, they kind of render the real magical. And I think in Watchmen they kind of reveal that Black Wall Street Massacre was related to this sci-fi plot by this evil organization called Cyclops with mind control rays. So now instead of like giving
they've
much needed
diminished the real story.
Like pick one or the other.
So,
be about the real thing or be about a fake thing. But I don't want to hear like that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were like aliens or something, or were part of an alien plot.
Right.
And that's how they were assassinated or something weird like that.
Right. It kind of cheapens the history by it's kind of like, what's that? I can't remember the name of the show, but what I call it is interdimensional Bakula Force. What is it? Scott Bakula movie?
Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap. Yeah. It's kind of like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or kind of like Forrest Gumping it too. Like, you kind of just had these people touch on a bunch of really notable civil rights moments, but then use it to talk about Lovecraft monsters. There just seems like, make up your mind. Just keep it totally fictional and allegorical and explore race and white supremacy like that, or make it a docudrama.
If you're going to move it, if you're going to incorporate the supernatural in it, right, actually align that with the real forces at work during that history, right? I mean, it's somehow, right, rather than just kind of do an overlay, right? I mean, say if you're going to have, I don't know, evil racist, right? And you can definitely work in some mysticism and black magic in the Ku Klux Klan type of ceremonies and whatnot, right? I mean, you can.
That's true, because I mean, there was some occult imagery in the actual Ku Klux Klan to begin with.
I mean, you could actually explore real themes, right, and actually pull up some interesting stuff from what actually happened in reality. I mean, there's definitely some occult significance to, or at least at least pageantry, right? So
to be fair, it minimally touches on that, but it drops it as soon as it touches it. Like, it doesn't really carry through on anything. But you're right, like they could have leaned more on that and they didn't.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just I don't know, it's kind of like shifting the blame, right, where you can actually enhance the story with actual theories that actually delve in deeper to what was genuinely going on or what maybe people genuinely believe, and some of the actual mysticism that was actually practiced at that time, right? So I mean, it's too bad that they haven't done their homework effectively.
I've seen stuff like that with the Nazis, and it's worked.
So
it's possible to do.
And there have been some black writers like Victor Lavelle, who I haven't read, but I do have a copy of his Ballad of Black Tom that I'm going to read soon.
Oh, yeah, that's excellent.
He apparently does, use Lovecraftian imagery to sort of explore both Lovecraft and the historical racism of the United States. I don't know how much he mixes it in with actual historical events, but that it is possible to do. But I kind of feel like you have to walk a fine line with it. It definitely does, like what you kind of say. It does seem like a very typically, I guess, stereotypically liberal thing to take an event as horrifying as the murder of Emmett Till and have it be like, oh, it made his friend feel sad.
Yeah, exactly. Very interpersonal and very individualistic.
I feel like if you're going to talk about Emmett Till, maybe provide some background, because that was a really tragic and I mean really tragic story, and he was basically singled out by like legitimate racists for allegedly hitting on a grown adult white woman or something. Allegedly.
Yeah. They said that he whistled at her, and on her deathbed, she admitted that it was not true. that came out a couple years ago. So only a couple years ago, she admitted that it wasn't true, and she made it up to make her. And
a big part of it was he was very brutally beaten. And like his mother demanded like an open casket funeral, and that pictures be taken of him and distributed to show, what to give like a face to the horrifying racism and the kind of products of it that were happening at the time. And it was, a big thing that kicked off the civil rights movement.
Yeah, and if you see the pictures, like it's amazing in that I never even knew a human face could do that from a beating. Like it's
It's really fucking depressing.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Yeah, but that's what I mean by the stolen emotional response. Like right. Listen to this. They open up with that funeral, right? Well, first off, they have him appear as like an Easter egg character in an earlier episode. So he's there.
Collect them all, right?
Yeah, exactly. Pokemon, like right. Can you spot this character?
Right.
The only way you know it's him is because he's wearing the same outfit that he's wearing in the same picture everybody knows of him, right? So there's this tie and this shirt, as if that's the outfit he wore like every day,
Right.
But anyway,
it's his costume.
Yeah, it's just his costume. It's like the erased blue vest. He just always had this thing on. So he's in the basement playing with the Ouija board with a bunch of other characters. This is how he appears, right? For like 30 seconds. And it's like he goes, Will my trip to the south turn out good? And then the Ouija board, goes no.
Are you serious? That's really what they do.
That's really what they did. Like, it's really
these guys are like eighth graders.
It's corny.
It's really corny, but they don't even tell you who it is. So you have to kind of piece it together from the clue of his tie. And then a lot of people on Twitter were like, "Oh man, that really hit home. I can't believe it happened to Emmett Till." I was like, "Oh my god, people like this." But a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, this is crap." But
yeah, that example right there just proves that show is just the writing is terrible.
Oh, that's terrible, terribly childish.
Yeah, that's really childish.
Yeah, really bad. And then the next time they mention it is a couple episodes later, where it's the funeral. So this thing opens up with the funeral. So you've never really met Emmett Till except for that one corny cameo, but it didn't give him by name. But he's doing the Ouija board. But the main little girl character is with him doing the Ouija board. So they kind of tie him to her. And then they spend the whole time exploring how it affected her and, personally and everything, not systemically or the bigger picture. But this is what was really incredible. The scene opens up with Emmett Till's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
And Emmett Till's funeral is known to have happened, I believe, during a heat wave in the summer in Chicago. And it was a big citywide event for the Black community in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
The song that they use is Bananarama, Cruel Summer.
What the fuck?
God, man. What?
Yeah.
Seriously?
They use a lot of presentism and modern music.
Wow.
And they use like trap music and Cardi B and all this stuff. But that was the worst out of all of it. Yeah, it was very...
The premise itself, right? I mean, it could be interesting, right?
It could, totally.
If they actually did their homework, right? I mean, there are actually like genuine occult traditions, right? That white people practice and that Black people from various backgrounds practice, right? That they could actually expand on, right? I mean, and actually,
it could have been great.
Yeah, it could have been really interesting, right? I mean, they could have had all kinds of interesting stuff if they'd done their homework, right, and not just made it, the civil rights monster of the week, right? I mean, it just seems insane that they would make it so cheap, And Cruel Summer, really? I mean,
yeah, that was really Cruel Summer was just very weird. Like,
wow.
I mean,
it's like it's almost like a parody. Really,
it kind of almost is. Like, what was crazy about it was when you listen to the podcast, the official podcast, and the official podcast is so self-congratulatory. I've never seen anything so in love with the smell of its own farts as that
Right.
as that thing. They're so proud of all this heavy-handed stuff that they did, but when you hear them talk, a lot of it is their own personal kind of hang-ups that they want to use this to explore. So like I feel like the best art takes something that's ostensibly personal and then uses it to make a commentary about something bigger, like timeless or existential or whatever. So it could be like a movie about somebody losing their parent or something, but you know, that drama ends up having all these deeper truths about life and love and maybe society, and you know, maybe they explore healthcare or something. It's making commentary on that, whereas a lot of this new stuff is kind of the opposite. They take big issues to kind of get that stolen emotional response, or to kind of get that air of being woke or important, and then what they actually explore in it is really trivial and individualistic and shallow.
Right. It's like the Twitter universe, right? Where it's like somebody dies and then everybody needs to latch onto that to don't forget about me, right? You know what I mean? You know, like I know that, you know, this actor died, but don't forget about me. And let me tell you my personal story about how I watched that movie with my dad when I was 5 or whatever, right?
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
I mean? Exactly.
Yeah. Or you know, yeah, exactly.
So we understand that you have some very organic opinions about these TV shows and movies, you know. But how do you feel? Are you a reader at all?
Oh yeah. I mean, I read a lot. I've been trying to get back into reading more because I get disappointed a lot with a lot of the TV and movies, but at the same time, it's like the easiest way to generate content. So
Are you familiar with the authors like Andre Duza and Rath James White and what they're doing in their little corner of the underground horror genre?
Oh no, because unfortunately I don't read that much fiction. It's actually something I'm trying to fix. I've actually just started reading fiction again.
I feel like this book here, Ring Shout, it kind of continues in that trend that things like Get Out and Us follow in. This is a slightly skewed alternate universe kind of 30s, 40s, I guess, where the Ku Klux Klan are like a supernatural demonic force, and this girl named Maurice Boudreaux, who also runs alcohol through Prohibition, Georgia, she slays these Ku Kluxes, which is what she calls them, with a magic sword. So I guess it's a slightly fantastical, fantasy tinged, early 20th century type story, and it was hyped the fuck out of it. People hyped the fuck out of it. Now it's out, and I don't know. I figure like it might follow in the same category as Us and Get Out in trying to
the picture is amazing. It's a very nicely designed cover. I'm looking at it, very simplistic in a good way. Cover.
Right, I agree. It's very iconic.
Yeah. And I just noticed. Did you notice the eyes or mouths in the hood? There's like teeth in them. That's pretty.
Yeah,
they do.
Pretty cool.
Oh.
Yeah. Very, very.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty.
Oh
cool.
wow! Yeah.
Yeah. It's very. I have a big picture of it up on my screen, so it's very zoomed in.
Yeah.
Very cool. Like, I'll tell you something. I started reading the actual fiction book Lovecraft Country that is based on, and all that stuff's added by the TV show. The book, it has some like cheesy lib takes on race, but overall, it's just mostly. The worst it gets to me on race is a little goofily clueless, but there's nothing as horrifically offensive as the actual show. But the irony is that the showrunner and a lot of the writers are actually black. So somehow the white author, maybe because he was afraid to overstep and get it wrong and held back, is actually less offensive on race than a lot of the black creatives that worked on the show who injected some horrific imagery and ideas. Like here's one example of something horrific, right? The woman, there's a black woman who attended the funeral, and this black woman is in this weird kind of gender bending, race bending, fluid sexuality relationship with this white woman, where the black woman changes bodies from black to white using a magical potion, and then the white woman changes bodies from female to male. And they tend to, ostensibly, I guess they have a lesbian relationship, but they have sex, this black woman and this white woman, as a white man and a white woman, where the white woman turns into a white man and the black woman turns into a white woman, and then they have sex as a heterosexual white couple. It's and that could be interesting if they had some kind of place to kind of really go with it, but they kind of don't. But this is what happened that's pretty interesting, right? She goes to Emmett Till's funeral, and then after Emmett Till's funeral, she goes straight to her white lover's house, and they have that race bending, gender bending sex. Then after the sex, the black woman, they turn back to normal. The black woman asked the white woman, like, "Hey, do you know how it feels, what it's like to have this going on, to deal with this racism, and what it's like to walk around as a black person and whatever?" And the white woman's like, "I'll be honest, I don't really have any empathy. I don't really understand it. All I care about is hanging out with you and whatever. And honestly, I don't think you care either, because after this funeral, you just came here to have sex and whatever. And I think you just pretend to care." And then the black woman gets kind of offended, but she doesn't tell her off. And then I was thinking, I'm like, okay, why are you using this major event that kicked off a whole movement to explore this black woman having trouble getting her white lover to empathize? I'm not saying that's not a worthwhile topic, but I feel like you shouldn't be using something as big as Emmett Till to explore something so mundane. You can just have that with anything. But it gets even crazier. The white woman's idea of how to empathize, because she's magic and has access to immortality and stuff, she hires some white male thugs to beat her up and kill her in the exact way that Emmett Till died.
What?
And they show this in detail on the show. So she gets her throat slit, she gets beaten to death, she gets tied to a cotton mill and thrown in the water. I'm like, this is the most tone deaf thing I've ever seen. I can't believe you're reenacting Emmett Till's death with the white woman.
But I bet when they're on this podcast, they talk like they need a cookie for this kind of stuff.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
It sounds like they're completely
they were so proud of
the
themselves.
material. Like it's just everything's boiled down to a matter of either gender or race. Is that pretty much the whole way they go with it, or do they try to me it just seems kind of like a weird faux liberation type thing. It's I really don't understand if they're accepting who they are or if they're mad at who they are. That's kind of confusing.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know either. That's a great question. I mean, it's the one thing in general I feel is that I think a lot of these people use these properties to get their own messages or build up their own names out there, more than they really care about the actual property they're adapting, whether it's this or whether it's Star Wars or anything else. I feel like Rian Johnson made that Last Jedi so that you'd be like, wow, Rian Johnson is really clever, more than, to think, what does this franchise really need? So I think these people kind of did the same thing. They just had certain things they wanted to say about race and gender and intersectionality, and no matter what the product was, no matter what the project was given to them, they were gonna get the same messages across, no matter what.
And they're using Emmett Till as a the same way that say Hollywood uses an intellectual property like brand recognition type of thing to prop themselves up, right? You know?
Yeah, that's a great analogy. You're absolutely right. Yeah. The same way, you know, rather than create something new, they just want that stolen emotional response from the original Star Wars trilogy. These people are like a woke version of that. Like, what's an iconic historical tragedy that's very trendy to talk about now? So it's no coincidence that both Watchmen and Lovecraft Country both use Black Wall Street, because in the past year, that's a popular thing to talk about.
Right.
Yeah, and I think this was mentioned on Twitter. Wasn't the writer of the Emmett Till episode, isn't she like actually an African who has a history of degrading African Americans on Twitter?
Oh yeah, she was using there's a slur called Lakata, which depending on who you ask can translate to wild animal or cotton picker. And it's a slur that Nigerians are known to use against Black Americans.
Wow.
And they pulled up like some 10-year-old tweets of hers saying, yeah, my mother always told me never date Akatas, you know, and use all these slurs. But actually, let me see if I can find it, because this makes it a little more egregious. I'm going to find her tweet that she did after the episode. But she gave this tweet where, I'm going to pull it up right now. It shouldn't be too hard to find. And I'm one of these people. Yeah, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm not one of these people who thinks that if you say anything bad anytime in your past, you should never be forgiven. I'm not saying that. It is a 10-year-old tweet and everything, but I do think if you're going to
10 years old when she did it.
Yeah, she wasn't. I'm sure she wasn't 10 years old.
10 years old, right?
Yeah.
But also you should, which leads to my next point. If you weren't 10 years old when you did it, you should at least acknowledge it, even if it's just to say, yeah, I was fucked up. You know, I apologize.
Right. Yeah, I was, I was a maniac back then. I obviously have grown since then, right?
Yeah. But she tweeted this after the episode came out. When crafting this episode, it was very important for me to handle Emmett Till with care and honor. I carried a photo of Mamie Till, which is her mother, with me. Her bravery was an inspiration. So then a lot of people were responding like, so you were carrying a picture of Mamie Till in a kata, you know, in your wallet. Like, what about that?
Yeah.
And instead of being
when I hear that, I just immediately think, oh, bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounded like bullshit already and like overkill, but then when you find out that history, but a bunch of people kept hitting her with that tweet. Not only did she just tweet through it and ignore it, but she deleted the original tweet and never addressed it.
Oh wow,
yeah, which I think is kind of tacky, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that everybody, deserves to make mistakes, right? I mean, everybody's a human being, right? Yeah. And if she's like, I did say that, I was an asshole then. I'm not an asshole now, or at least I'm a different kind of asshole, right? I don't agree with that statement. I think that most people will be like, I agree. You acted like an asshole, and at least you're acknowledging it,
Yeah, some people might accept it, some people might not, but I think they would at least kind of respect being addressed, where she just kind of just ignored it altogether, which then I think adds to the impression that she hasn't evolved that much in her respect, because then in a way that makes it 10 years ago more relevant, because the fact that you said all this stuff about Mamie Till, but then you won't even address angry African Americans, just kind of shows, okay, so which one is the real you? I'm thinking maybe the 10 years ago one, based on how you're handling the criticism, might be the real you.
Yeah. And also just based on how you're describing the way they handled Emmett Till, it doesn't sound like she had any respect whatsoever, right? I mean, really for the story, right? And for the real life events. So, I mean, let me get this straight about the shapeshifters, right? So there was
it's really weird.
A black woman could turn into a white woman, and a white woman could turn into a white man. Is that what it was?
Yeah. And they had some weird, like they take a lot of current political thinking and theory about intersectionality, and then through presentism, tries to put it into the mouths of the characters back then. So I think they're trying to make this kind of idea that, and none of this is in the book. Like there is a race shifting story, but it's just a black woman who could change to a white woman, and they make commentary on white privilege through that. But the white woman character who could change into a white man was not there. They invented that one.
Right.
And so then they added like a kind of gay aspect to their relationship. And I think what they're trying to do is make some kind of commentary on intersectionality, as in white women have it bad because they're women, and black women have it bad because they're black and women. But there's some kind of flattening or almost equality in their struggles, because, you know, like they're kind of trying to liken the struggle of being a woman with the struggle of being black. And the actual woman, the black woman herself, even says, she goes, yeah, I don't know what's harder, being black or being a woman. And to me, like 1950s Chicago, the place that was so bad that Martin Luther King literally said, this is a true quote, you can look it up. He said that Chicago was more racist and worse to him than all the places in the Deep South he's been. Like, he had a horrible time in Chicago. The things that people said to him and they threw at him, like, it was really, really bad. Chicago is very segregated and bad. Oh, yeah. Probably one of the worst cities in the North. And to have this character really say, I don't know what's harder for me, being black or being a woman, it just kind of shows these people just talk about themselves and their current, like, they have no interest in getting into the minds of the characters, into the lives of the characters, researching the context. They can't even be bothered to find a genuine 1950s sad song. They just throw in Cruel Summer. Like, it's the height of narcissism.
And they could have found music from the era, right? That likely really got the same effect, right? And you know what I mean? They really easily could have, you know? I mean, they could have found...
Even if they wanted to be lazy, they could have used Strange Fruit by Billie Holiday.
Right.
I mean,
that's
not the most inspired choice, but at least it's time.
It's better than Cruel Summer.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and I was going to say, by the sounds of it, it sounds like they didn't have too much interest in really exploring what, like, pre-Stonewall life for lesbians was either.
No, I mean, they pretty much, I think, only want to talk about themselves and use these old figures to kind of express their very present ideology. So yeah, well, here's another example, right? They put up this, Chicago Defender was a famous African-American newspaper of the era, right? And they had a scene with the in the finale, which I stopped watching the show because it was just too bad, but people kept sending me like screen caps and different things. They had a headline for what happened at the end of the Emmett Till trial. So Chicago Defender, a black newspaper in Chicago, very prestigious at the time. And the headline is, all male, all white jury votes to acquit Emmett Till killers. And
no.
Yeah, they wouldn't have printed that in that.
Yeah, they would not have printed that. Like, who would have cared that they were all male back then? Like, I read later that Mississippi didn't even have integrated juries until, like, not integrated, women on juries, like 1968. So it wouldn't even be notable that it's all male. Right. But then also, and this kind of ties into the whole blame black men presentist attitude, right? What is the point of it being male? There's only one of two implications that can be had there. One is that you're implying that if they were white women on the jury, they would have somehow been more sympathetic, right? Which I don't think anyone's going to say, because a white woman lying got Emmett Till killed in the first place. There were plenty of white women fine with what was going on there. The other attitude is the idea that they specifically maybe needed black women, as if black men were gonna do a 50 Cent or a Ice Cube, at least what they're perceived in the eyes of the modern blue checks to be doing, of being like these raging MAGA types. Like there's no reason why a black person in 1950s would have cared that the jury was all male.
Right. Yeah, wouldn't. Yeah, it makes no sense. They just don't want to do their homework. They don't care, right? They're just wearing the stuff as skin suits to get
Yeah,
their own
exactly.
message.
They
Right.
would care
Right.
about that, so they want to pretend that the people in the past would have. Like skin
Right.
suits is a great way to put it.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
It presentism is a good word for it because again, it's on one hand, like it's not at all a bad thing that these things are coming to light. It is a bad thing that they're basically being, like Gregor said, that being treated like capitalist brands. It's just like we put Emmett Till or the Tulsa Massacre in these because they're recognizable to people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and comparing it to the properties, I think is brilliant. I didn't even think about that, and it's even more depressing because it kind of shows how capitalistic the thinking is, that you can reduce real life tragedies to corporate properties.
Right.
Yeah.
Turn it into an IP. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Basically, it's an IP that's in the public domain. Basically, that's how they treat it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's even better than Star Wars. You don't have to buy it.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Corporate personhood, isn't that a kick in the ass? Isn't that the biggest bullshit you've ever heard? Corporate.
Biggest bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now doing it in reverse. Instead of saying corporations are people, now people are corporate. Like it goes both ways now. It's just a likeness to exploit.
People are scared to death on social media of differing in any way from the conformist worldview. I mean, it's like you mentioned Stepford Wives earlier. It's almost like that, man. It's also a little bit like high school all over again, where everybody's a busybody, keeping up with everybody, drudging up 10-year-old tweets, like you said. The whole cancel culture thing is cancer culture to me.
That's not for me. I've already canceled myself.
Yeah, I mean
we can talk.
Mike.
But
you're cutting out, Jeremy.
How am I cutting out? Can you hear
maybe you're leaning
we
too
can
far
hear
away
you
back
now.
away from the mic.
You're fine now, but before you were cutting out in the previous.
Okay, the issues that you bring up, we can talk about them without having to get busybody Twitter nasty with people, and cancel them, getting them fired from their jobs. That's taking this shit too far, man. I appreciate Martin Luther King's message of winning people's understanding. I can appreciate that, and I feel like that's the most effective way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough for Martin Luther King because it's like what his message has been distilled to is because one thing with Martin Luther King was he was talking a lot about things like reparations and jobs programs and stuff like that. And I feel in general, the tangible politics of anything gets removed. So, yeah, it's kind of tough. The same way that Emmett Till is just reduced to how does this girl feel about Emmett Till dying? Like Martin Luther King gets kind of reduced to the idea of like winning people over. And I just feel like in general, it's tough to talk about politics. I don't know. I feel like this culture is not helping of making everything about. And then I think the canceling has something to do with that too, where people are like, are you a good person or are you not a good person?
Right.
And if you're bad, then you shouldn't be listened to. But if you're good, you should be listened to. So if you have shitty politics, but you're good, then, we're going to listen to you. But if you have like great politics, but you're problematic, we're not going to listen to you. And then even people historically get kind of broken down to if they're good or bad. So it's like even with Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or whatever, like for example, like Malcolm X gets reduced to, hey, at this point he didn't like white people. At this point he did, and then that's his politics,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the biggest problems is almost all modern discourse now are on websites whose purpose is to harvest data from us to advertise to us. It's like by the very nature, it's going to be, almost impossible to have a completely productive conversation on something like that. And when they when things like Facebook and Twitter go mask off and just they say, oh, we're banning Holocaust revisionism. Well, before you did that, you banned a bunch of anarchists and anti-fascists and police watchdog pages. So don't pretend you're the good guys.
I think the big problem with that, right, with those bannings, is because it's part of that centrist liberalism that Aaron Sorkin is, where everything has to be like fair, and you have to show that you're following the rules, but the rules are neutral, so they can't just say Holocaust revisionism is bad because we think that's a fucked up thing to do to Jewish people or whatever. They have to try to find some kind of neutral, both sides rule. And the problem is whenever you draft rules like that you're afraid to like inject with a value, like when you just say things like free speech, but you don't want to say what speech is worth protecting and what's not. Like your cop out is just to say we're against censoring any speech, or speaking out against any group is bad. Is that you end up in these places where you end up taking out more of the good guys than the bad guys. Suddenly people are weaponizing the new rules to take out more leftists and anti-racist than actual white supremacists. Like someone I know got banned for saying something like you have to kill the centrist in you or something. And then somebody reported that person, and under the rules somehow that was caught as a death threat against certain political groups.
Yeah, it's not a death threat against anyone. Like the only time I ever got a ban on Twitter was when Bloomberg, when he was running, he said something on Twitter that pissed me off, so I just responded saying he should kill himself, and that's why I got suspended for a day.
I think that I do think that it's better to not be radicalized on either side, and maybe we do need more moderates, and maybe we could get back to some kind of normal. I mean, I'm not looking for revolution myself. I think that the system can be salvaged as it is, but I'm more conservative, than you and Ben. So I mean, but I understand, that there are things that do need to be addressed, absolutely. But I don't know. I just feel like burning down buildings. I don't feel like that's the answer.
I feel like whether somebody's moderate or radical, as long as you are what you are and you say what you are, at least people know what to do. Like my thing, I just don't like people who talk radical but are really like moderate, or people who talk moderate but are really like trying to overturn everything. Like that's my main thing. Like if you are what you are, but you're honest about what you are, and then we can like figure out where we fall and don't fall. But yeah, that's my big thing, is too many people just saying they're one thing and totally being something else.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I think one reason, like, there's been a backlash against like centrists and moderates is because you get people like, I don't know, Dave Rubin, who claims like, oh, I'm a liberal, I'm a centrist, and all this, and he only has conservative talking heads on his show.
I like Rubin, but whatever.
Yeah, but he claims that he can't get the leftists on there. I don't know how true it is, right?
It's
like
not true.
They won't appear, right?
Yeah, but I think Sam Cedar's been accepting for a while, and he just keeps not taking it. So I don't know.
I don't know.
Guys. I have to get going.
He did say
it's been great talking to you.
Before you go ahead and plug everything about Champagne Sharks and such.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the easiest way nowadays is just go to champagnesharks.com, and it has all the links. But basically, any place you find podcasts, just put in Champagne Sharks, you'll find it. There's a YouTube channel, so youtube.com/Champagne Sharks. But honestly, the easiest way is champagnesharks.com. Yeah, there you go. And then there's all the links to the YouTube channel, to the Twitch stream, to the Patreon. So yeah. But most importantly, go to patreon.com/Champagne Sharks and help us out there for sure.
And you guys interviewed Ishmael Reed recently, is that correct? And
that one's on the YouTube channel, but we had an interview with him on the podcast as well. So
this is mainly book talk show, so that would be something that folks that the 5 people that watch this show might want to check out.
Team, one I did have a proposal possibly.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in coming back occasionally to do kind of like commentary on like new movies and shit? I don't know.
Oh yeah, sure. I love talking about movies. That'll be fun.
Awesome. So I hope that it went well in your eyes, and I feel like you do have some valid points, and I would love to hear your commentary on some of these newer movies that are coming out. I do wonder though, what exactly is your beef with us and Get Out? Because I feel like it's more than just that they don't make sense. You feel that they're detrimental somehow?
Oh, well, I know I like Get Out. I should be clear about that. I really like Get Out. I'm just not crazy about what I feel like kind of like the lazy ripoffs that have kind of happened, where I think even Jordan Peele's kind of becoming a parody of himself. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Like
I mean,
Twilight Zone series is supposed to be pretty terrible.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't even try it.
Yeah,
I didn't even try it.
Yeah, me personally, like I love the original Twilight Zone so much I refuse to watch any of the reboots.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, give it a new name. Like, that's Rod Serling's baby. Like, you shouldn't.
Right.
I'm with you. Like, I like the Twilight Zone. I also like his later. He had a later show that I discovered.
Like Midnight Gallery or something like that.
Yeah, something like Night Gallery or something, and that one's pretty good too. It's very underrated. If you like Twilight Zone, track that down as well. It's pretty good too. But yeah, why call it Twilight Zone? Just call it something else. Like when I was growing up in the late '80s, early '90s, there was this show called Tales from the Dark Side, and it was a pretty cool show. And it was basically like a Twilight Zone, but they just gave it its own name. Or same with Black Mirror, just give it its own thing. Don't call it Twilight Zone.
They apparently did that with the Books of Blood TV show. It's not actually adaptations from Clive Barker's Books of Blood. It's just an anthology show
inspired by.
It's just dumb.
All right, guys, have to get going. But thanks so much, man. Yes. And I'll definitely come back. Appreciate it.
All right,
thanks a lot for coming.
Great. Bye.
Bye.
All right, boys. Are we ready to get this show on the road? Are we ready to, bring some stories to life around the campfire, crazy Uncle Ray style?
Yes,
I'm ready for the most part.
So I have to.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier what I'm going to do while I read my story is let me come on here. I'm going to do this.
Yes.
Oh no.
Let's begin now.
Actually, before it's the
Show
one
him
chip challenge, an extremely hot Carolina Reaper chip.
Wow.
So, speaking of which, I'm gonna go get a glass of milk before I do that. Yeah.
Should we have like 911 on standby, like speed dial? I don't know because
no, I've got Mexican in me, so I can handle it. Be right back. I'm gonna go get the milk.
People have hyperventilated doing these like spicy food challenges. There's like a sort of hot sauce that's called like plutonium or something. It's so intense that they call it plutonium. There's another one of a girl like hyperventilating, and breaking out in hives because she couldn't take the heat, So.
Imagine if that happens on this one.
I know. I'm a little bit worried for him. There's Uncle Void. I've been wondering where the guy is. Welcome, Void. So, Frank, I hope you're still there. You're going to be our judge of the stories, correct? And we have Anne, or almost have Anne. Hopefully she's successful this time. Come on, Anne. Pull through. Ben is getting a glass of milk. So to fortify his digestive system against the hot chip. What was that, Phoenix?
I have to step away at 8:30 for like a couple minutes. But it'll just take a second.
Oh, you gotta check out for a second?
At 8:30, yeah, but I'll be back. I'm not leaving or anything. It'll just take a couple minutes.
Okay, so you're in on this too, right, Phoenix? You're going to tell a story, right?
Yes. I was wondering how long we have.
As long as you need. Now,
okay.
Gregor, do you need to go first since you said that you're going to have to leave early or what?
No, I don't need to go first.
Okay.
The only reason why I wonder is I don't want to stay out past my bedtime.
Bedtime. You've stayed long past bedtime before, and still no luck with Anne. But I don't know how to help her. Does anybody know how to help Anne with her audio problems? Is there something we could do to fix it?
No, it has to be her Wi-Fi at that place that she's at because she moved to the place where she said the landlord didn't pay for it or something like that.
Bummer.
I don't know if I'm going to make it all night this time. I had a little bit too much whiskey, and now I'm fighting to stay awake.
Well, you are gonna try to tell a story too, right, Zach? Don't chicken out, man. Come on, be one of the boys.
I have a mini story to tell.
Okay,
that's actually true.
That's good. That's better than nothing.
So you said that we're not supposed to read from anything we've written?
Don't read from a piece of paper. We want this to be organic. Didn't you sit on someone's porch or get around a campfire and tell stories just with your voice, and luring people in with just the power of your voice and the vividness of the storytelling?
All right, you're overselling it now. So let's, I don't want.
Do you know how late this is going to go? Just out of curiosity, just so I can prepare.
We haven't the slightest clue. I'm sure.
Well, first off, we need to get
Ben, eat the chip.
Okay, is that Phoenix that dropped out, or who dropped out?
I'm here.
Okay, so we need to get a batting order here. Ben's chip thing, should we save that for last or first? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Let's. Do you want to save the chip thing to last, or we don't want your milk to get cold there, Ben? I mean, warm rather. Your milk to get warm.
Okay.
I think you should eat it all right now in one take.
All right. Ben is peeing, everyone.
Oh, I see. Okay. So at some point in time, Phoenix, I'd like to request that you do a reading. This doesn't have to be tonight, but it should be at some time in the future, near future. I'd like you to do a reading of your poem, Multiverse.
Okay. From Separation Healing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I can do that.
For Zach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Wait. Oh, yeah. I gotcha. No, I totally would love to do that.
For me, how many stars do you give Indie Rock Cabin?
Well, I don't give stars to things.
Okay. I'm good with that.
But I'm willing to discuss it at some point in time. But I think that our man, Jeremy, has a segment that he would like to get through that he's been planning and he's excited about.
I am excited about it. I could totally bomb with my story, which is not in the competition. It's just for fun because I'm the one putting up the gift card. So I'm just doing it for fun. I just want to see if I can pull it off because I wrote half the story down and then committed it to memory. And then I'm kind of just improvising with the second half. So hopefully I can pull this off. So Ben, do you want to go last because of the intensity and possible, climax, nature?
Yeah, I can go last.
I'll go first.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Now,
I'm ready.
No questions. Keep all comments, to yourself until each person is finished telling their tale.
I don't really personally. I don't care if people ask questions about mine because mine's just like reporting on a true thing that's going on. So.
Oh, Anne, hey, Anne, girl. No such luck, huh? I'm trying to. I can't hear anything, babe. Damn it. I'm sorry. If there was if there's some way I could help you, I would. But I had trouble for 45 minutes getting myself to speak in here clearly. So I don't know what to do, hon.
Okay, I'll do mine real quick because it'll only take a couple of seconds.
So, yeah.
Wait, so what's the order? Do we know?
Zach, then who wants to go after Zach? Gregor or Phoenix?
You should go, Gregor.
Okay.
Okay. And
I can't get reception.
Hey, Ann.
We can hear you.
Oh man.
Maybe
she probably couldn't hear us then. Okay,
this was a fun idea. Can you have a graphic of a fireplace or of a campfire? Is that possible?
I probably could. Yeah. Or
that'd be kind of fun.
Yuletide log kind of thing.
Well, no, you imagined a campfire outside though. I realized, because you imagine being in the wilderness or something and telling ghost stories.
Yeah, like the Midnight Society.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to. It's kind of.
I like the idea. Yeah. I think this will work.
Got chocolate milk ready.
Okay.
We're all
I'm going to
set.
have to give a hard out at 10 if that's okay.
Are you serious? What that? No, you won't be able to hear everybody's story. And how do we know if you're not here when when Frank judges the winner?
I know mine's not going to win.
Okay. Well, anyway. Okay, so
I want to see Ben eat the chip, though.
Well, yeah, but you're gonna have to wait till the end since we're doing mine last.
that's what I'm saying.
I think that this is being recorded.
Yeah.
That is true, but I mean, if something happens live, it would make it more special.
Yeah.
Okay, so does that work? I don't know how to make it any bigger.
Do it,
Can you-
At some point,
Can you hit the full
I
screen?
do want to talk about Indie Rock Cabin and Separation Healing, but we'll do that after the campfire stories.
Can we do it another episode?
Do what another episode?
Indie Rock Cabin.
I don't know. We're getting this show on the road though. I know that much. So
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll go ahead
I
and
like
start
that.
with my story.
there.
It's like dark.
Yes. All right. So go ahead, Zach.
Okay, so this happened to me exactly 3 hours ago. I had just had an old fashioned, and it was very good. And I'm not, I can handle my liquor, so I wasn't, really buzzed or anything. And I get up and go to the bathroom, and I pass this dude who's rather tall, and he has a gigantic cowboy hat. And being kind of immature, I kind of laugh at it, which is bad. But seeing people with big, gigantic cowboy hats is not the norm. And so, I don't know, it was just funny. Okay, so I go to the bathroom, and when I come back, lo and behold, sitting right there at the table next to where my table where I left is the guy with the cowboy hat. And I laugh again. The end.
Okay, well, at least you participated. I don't know what else to say. I was hoping for a Locker Arms origin story or something,
That was pretty frightening.
It was a very, very large cowboy hat. And I've got something against cowboy hats. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I mean, would you be comfortable wearing a cowboy hat in public, or would you feel like a jerk?
I could probably pull it off.
No one
I mean, I
can.
pull off the whole set: the flannel shirt, the bolo tie, the cowboy boots. I do the whole mile, and I would look fucking sexy doing it.
I think that you're probably right. Yeah. Now that I've seen your personage, your personage in moving picture, I could see that you can do that. Yeah.
Hey, can you go ahead and eat the chip?
If you want to go ahead and eat the chip, go ahead. If you want to go ahead and do it so that Zach can have his thrills.
Put me up on the screen.
Does this count as your story?
Well, I'm gonna tell the story after I eat the chip.
Okay.
Put me up on the screen so they can see me.
Wait, where'd Jeremy go?
I don't know. Oh man, it tore. But yeah, here's the chip. I can't. It tore.
He's talking, but we can't hear him.
I think he's saying,
He fucked up his audio again.
"Oh,
Technically not supposed to touch it, but I'm probably gonna have to.
You're not going to touch it with your mouth as you eat it.
Well, I mean with your fingers, but whatever. It's broken, so I'm gonna have to shovel it in.
Just don't touch your eyes.
Yeah. Oh wow, I can smell it from here.
don't die."
I'll
They're
try
all
not
in
to.
one.
Jeremy, put me up on the full screen.
I don't think he's even on right now.
Yeah. Christ, that smells really strong.
Do you want to wait until he gets back on?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, okay.
So I'll tell you, Zach, that I really did enjoy Indie Rock Cabin. I'll tell you that. So he did a great job of depicting the unbalanced mind of a young man who has testosterone making him insanely jealous and imbalanced.
Wait, please tell me, am I
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
I'm kidding. I can hear you.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. So put me up on full screen so
wait
I
a minute,
can.
Gregor didn't go ahead.
No, I didn't go, but yeah,
No,
Zach asked that Ben go so he can see me to hot chip.
Okay, now this is going to take a little bit because his mouth's gonna be on fire for about 15 minutes, maybe longer. Okay,
Wait a second. Is this where Eat Hot Chip and Die comes from?
what?
Well,
Yeah.
No, it's eat hot chip and lie. I
Oh.
guess that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna eat hot chip and then lie to you all.
Okay. Do you have a puke bucket ready?
I have a glass of milk ready, which I'll use if I feel like I'm going to throw up. But yeah, okay. Here we go. Down the hatch. This happened to me when I was in high school. I would work at night shifts at a convenience store. And when I would come back, everyone in my family was asleep. Everyone in my family was asleep in bed. And when I would come back, I would have these horrible thoughts that someone had broken in and shot them in their sleep. But every time I came back, I would always every time I came back, I would always hear them breathing, asleep in their beds. Years later, I told them about these horrible thoughts that I had at a family dinner, and I laughed about it. My mom looked at me with her face fallen and said, "Honey, we were shot a long time ago." And I screamed when she lifted up her hair to show the gunshot wound. Okay, I'm done. Yeah.
How did it taste?
Tasted all right, but yeah, it's really fucking hot.
Yeah, it sounded like you were struggling to take a shit.
That comes later.
Oh, wow.
So Ben Frank Edler wants to know: is that a Dorito-sized chip or bigger?
It's bigger. Oh God.
Would you eat another one?
Do you regret that?
Would you eat another one right now?
No regrets.
Is there another one?
No.
Okay. It's just one chip. That's all you can. That's all that they can legally sell. I guess.
Hold on.
How about a nice fat Carolina Reaper right now, Ben?
He doesn't care. He can't hear you.
What's a Carolina Reaper? Is that a pepper?
Yeah.
It's one of the hottest peppers there are. Yeah, there is. Yeah. There is also I think the hottest pepper ever they use in a medicine, and it's highly, it's above even controlled substances. It's so hot. It's for burn victims or something. I don't know. Some shit like that.
Well, I really like the theatrics to that one.
Yeah, I did too.
Different interpretations, but it sounded like he was like, you imagine like that psychopathic child who like is like sad that they're like well, I don't know, maybe that's too dramatic, but you know what I mean? Like someone that's like trying to grasp these painful memories and things that are happening, but can't like express it.
Yeah,
What's the equivalent? Because that's not quite what he was doing, but that's what it reminded me of. What's the equivalent in like film or in film? Is there something like that? Like I just imagine like someone traumatized, like talking like that.
Yeah, or somebody with special needs. You know, he seemed like he was doing a good job of either pretending like he had to take a shit or he might have
okay
problems.
Ben,
I hope Ben's okay. Yeah.
I'm still alive.
Okay, good. So I was saying I love the theatrics of that one.
Yeah,
that was great. It's really creative. I don't want you to die in the process of having done that.
Yeah, let's take a moment to absorb what's going on and see if he makes it through, the aftermath. I say we give him 5 more minutes, and it's the theatrics of it, like you said.
Yeah.
So the conclusion of that story was basically a Sixth Sense type of twist, like, we're actually dead, or they're actually dead, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, he was so on fire that like it almost like the story was almost an afterthought by that point, which
yeah. Yeah,
So,
I mean that takes a lot of guts to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure that I would be willing to eat one of those spicy chips.
No, I wouldn't eat one of those.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy, you read Indie Rock Cabin, right?
yes.
So, I don't know what Zach wants us to give away or not, but I mean, it's hard to talk about it without, spoilers, I suppose. So, I mean,
I was pretty happy with how I was able to wrap it up. So I think that is kind of important. Like it kind of, in my opinion, builds up to the ending.
Yeah. At first I was like, when he kind of like turns to being a kind of a shit, right?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this seems a bit out of left field, but then the more I thought about it, it didn't. It seemed like it was actually earned that he would have had that kind of break at that point. And then you kind of wonder, has he already had the break and this is just another part of it, right? Because everything with the hovercraft, the flying machine, you're not 100% sure whether or not that was even real,
It was definitely real. There's an aspect of manipulation on it, but I really wanted to highlight how Uncle Dean is kind of the best character in the story. Not that Dawson's bad. I believe Dawson is a good character. The story's pretty much about him.
Right.
Uncle Dean is kind of like the role model. Like Dawson, I would say he kind of eventually, it's somewhat a story of redemption. I'm not really I don't want to give anything away, but
well, I mean,
it's definitely, I contrast him and Uncle Dean. Uncle Dean is throughout the most part of the story the best character.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, by the end, right, I realized, I figured that the characters that had the hovercraft were real, right? And I guess people want to read it. I mean, I kind of have to talk about I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to say really, because there's like a lot of elements to it that I really liked that I don't know that I can really talk about without spoiling the book. So I guess I won't talk about those elements. I'll just say that.
Well, I'll ask one question kind of about that. Do you think I did a good job putting actual, not like a super deep thing, but sort of a religious.
I mean, I thought that there was to me, there was a, Jesus being taken on top of the mountain by the devil offering him the world kind of allegory in there, right? You know what I mean? That's you know what I mean? Like the the devil and Jesus on top of the mountain, and the devil offers Jesus the world or whatever. It seemed like that was built into the story structure. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Is that something you built in on purpose, or am I misinterpreting it?
No, you're doing it right. I didn't necessarily think of when the devil tempted Jesus, because of course that was Dawson did a much worse job than Jesus did. I don't think you could really even say. I mean, the temptation with Jesus was there, but he would never. I guess you could kind of say it was impossible that he would could really be tempted. But with I guess you could say there was more work on Dawson's part.
Right, but it reminded me of that because of the, I mean, there's obviously a temptation thing, and there was also an elevated type thing, right? They're actually going on top of a mountain, right? At the point when that temptation is most at its peak or whatever, right? It's most tempting or whatnot. So, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking of that. And then, ultimately, Dean comes out the better side of it after, there's, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it, but anyway, so I really liked I really liked it. It was a very unusual book, and that's part of what I like about it, right? I mean, it's like it has a lot of interesting elements to it, like that those kids that run around on that hovercraft in the woods is really interesting. That's kind of like they're almost like, I kind of interpreted them as almost being like demons, right? And then that their leader, is kind of like the devil, or you can kind of think of them as those. What are those characters with Pinocchio, right? That take him to that island where the kids are always kids or whatever, you know what I mean? That kind of a thing, right? So
yeah,
it had that it had a sort of a Neverland feel to it in a certain way too, but it also kind of reminded me of Pinocchio and his, the crew that he gets mixed up with, right?
The Uncle Dean character definitely steals the show to me, and I'm glad that Zach did make one change to the character arc of Uncle Dean, near the end. But the kiss, I had trouble envisioning the flying machine. I don't know why, but and why was cash left in moonshine jars all around? Wouldn't some hiker come by and steal that money? I didn't get that part.
If there was that problem happening, they would have been gone missing or something, which does, I alluded to, was a thing that did happen around a lot. I was kind of going for a missing 411 type vibe.
I got that, but the cash in moonshine jars, I don't know. It just seems like that would be an unreliable way to exchange currency for a service, Yeah,
it's kind of a satirization of kind of the whole moonshine, super sickly sweet Southern thing in general. So it was more satire.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really. Yeah, I guess the fact that was never really truly explained didn't bother me, because they almost seemed like supernatural beings to me, and that they're almost like the Fae in a certain sense, right? They were, they had this magical flying machine, and they were living this life of doing mysterious work out in the woods, and they're, tempting this person from the outside to come in and join their little group. I don't know. It just didn't seem like it was the same kind of nonsense you expect in a story about fairies or fae or whatnot, right?
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about a lot of those type of things. I will say one last thing to kind of clear up the theological conundrum I may have put people in. The message wasn't necessarily about, with that temptation aspect, it wasn't necessarily about work. It was more about trust. And I think you kind of can see what I'm going at, but I can't really elaborate on that further because that would kind of give away the ending. So I was trying to sort of explain what was going on in my head, but at the same time can't really do it because of the ending, of course. But definitely way more about trust than work, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought it was a unique book. It has a unique voice, and it's really interesting that like the first half is really kind of cozy and kind of even though the guy's kind of bummed out about a relationship problem, it's still sort of a cozy read, interesting, and it still pulls you along, even though it's like not a terrible amount of stuff actually happening, right? And then I like the fact that when stuff really does start happening, it really kind of winds up quickly and gets you to the end. I don't know. It had a lot of interesting elements to it, like the setting was interesting. You don't see books set in the particular setting, like people going into Gatlinburg to hang out and hanging out at the campsite, and this odd bathhouse obsession, which was like I guess it seemed to me as if like it was a matter of a dude wanting to return to the security of the womb and not wanting to grow up and go into the adult world, kind of a obsession or something. It was interesting.
So those are interesting elements, and I haven't read it yet. But to think of Pinocchio as a potential reference, or the other thing of being young as kids forever, reminds me of Peter Pan.
Right.
Those are interesting sources.
Yeah,
I find that interesting knowing you, Zach, because I know that you had your interest in horror too. But Pinocchio and Peter Pan are literally like fairy tales. Like they're literally like kids' books.
Yeah, but so they also have horrific elements to them.
They're dark. Yeah, they're dark.
So I haven't read all of Pinocchio, but yeah, I remember the violent scene when he kills the cricket. I just mean that Pinocchio is probably not the best example in that sense. Maybe I'm thinking more of the movie version in that case.
Yeah. I would say the horror part, thinking about the kids from kind of a negative, horrifying, uncanny type angle. Not that I really amped the horror up. I wouldn't really call it a horror novel, but definitely that type of, I'm not painting that type of thing in a good light. It's kind of showing the darker part of it.
Hang on. Since when does Pinocchio kill the cricket? Forgot
that happens in the book.
Well,
in the book.
Yeah.
No, that's horrible.
Yeah. Well, and the thing that's worse about that, from what I remember, is Pinocchio did it out of spite. It's like the cricket was bugging him because he was basically his conscience.
That was a Disney movie. I mean,
Pinocchio is an asshole in the book.
Yeah. Okay, so Ben, it sounds like you've gotten your composure now, right?
I'm glad you survived.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just drinking milk to make sure that I don't shit blood next time I'm on the toilet.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 down. Phoenix or Gregor? Who's going next?
I guess I'll talk about what I need to talk about. So
that shit hit hard.
Now this isn't really like a ghost story or anything. It's like and I don't care if people ask me, clarifying questions or whatever, but I can't tell a whole lot about the details because the details will be coming out, this week. I think that it's going to be like a 5 or 6 part series that is going to be published this week. So there's this friend of mine's a woman, and she's like I don't know what you'd call it. She's getting into like investigative journalism, right? And so she got obsessed with the, you've heard these stories, that people like to talk about, like, more kids go missing around Halloween than any time of the year, that type of stuff, or kids get kidnapped around the Halloween, or on Halloween rather, right? Every year, and that there's certain geographical areas in the United States where more kids go missing on Halloween than others, right? So they'll say, you hear that people, kids go missing on Halloween in the DC area, right? More than other areas geographically in the country, right? I mean, you've heard that statistic, whether it be bogus or not, that more kids get kidnapped or go missing on Halloween than any other time of the year. Like statistically, it's a huge uptick. That there's something obviously going on. Have you heard that? Anybody?
I think so. Yeah.
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 So
I've heard that. I wasn't sure if it was an urban legend or not.
Right. So she got obsessed with this particular urban legend or this particular idea, right? And so, I mean, she'd been working on this thing for like 5 years, doing the investigation to see if there's any truth to it. So obviously, there, I guess there is some, right? So so what she had discovered is that there seems to be some real truth to it, and she's going to have it's like a web series, like I don't know, like I guess what do you want to call it? Articles released, over a 5-day period, this Halloween week, which unfortunately probably won't get as much traction as she probably would like to, being it's right the week leading up to the election. She, in my opinion, she probably doesn't want to hear this, but that she probably should have done it like not on an election year, especially not this one, right? But who knows, right? So how well it'll go down. So, and I'll share the links when this goes live, but I'm not really permitted to talk a whole lot of detail about it, right? But I can tell you a little bit how she did the investigation. So she, obviously started with web searches, right? And what they would call like public intelligence gathering or whatever the case may be, to try to find out whether or not there's any truth to this type of thing. And she wasn't able to find a whole lot. There wasn't hardly anything to find at all in like national news related to people going missing or children going missing on Halloween, right? But she was able to find some hits, right, in local news outlets, right? But it wasn't enough to necessarily equate to like a massive spike that you hear people talking about, but there was enough to kind of keep her digging, right? So she ended up going, then she, so she did the public searches, right? And she started using like the Wayback Machine and was able to find that some of these local sites, right? So she was able to find that, that a lot of the local reporting, right, of kids going missing on Halloween seems to have been quietly taken off the web over the years, right? And so that was enough to keep her pretty interested in it, right? Because she was able to find that there were actually, a fairly high number of local news reportings of kids going missing on Halloween that had been, taken off the web or their respective websites for these various news outlets throughout the country, right? So she was able to go to like the Wayback Machine and what's that? There's another one like Archive or something like that keeps old copies of web pages or whatever. But where she really ended up, I guess, ultimately hitting the payload, right? She was able to go to use like LexisNexis, right? Which is like a database or whatever, and she was able to get a lot of information from there, right? But even then, I guess it was enough to keep her digging, right? So she actually ended up having to go to various different archives, right, for newspapers and like libraries and whatever, look at like microfiche from local newspapers and throughout the country, and has been able to actually find a lot of things that just were never put on the internet, right? Articles related to kids going missing on Halloween, right? In like microfiche and old newspaper archives and stuff. So she has found like she's gathered like over like a 5-year period, a huge trove of documentation from like hard copies, right? That she's found in archives and like microfiche. And then she's also documented all these things, all these articles that had been published online that had been taken off of line. So she's got this big ass, series of articles that outlining all this proof that there does seem to be a genuine trend, right? That there does seem to be kids that go missing every Halloween, and it is a huge uptick. And not only that it's actually being quietly scrubbed from public record as we go forward in time, right? So yeah, I mean, once I get the go ahead from her to share the link, to this series that she's going to be publishing, I'll definitely publish it on Twitter and Facebook and and that type of thing. She's got like a, what do you want to call, like a street crew or whatever, to try to spread the word when it gets released. But I'm not really supposed to share much about it other than probably what I've already said, and I've probably already said too much. So.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh man. So you can't give us a teaser or anything of like.
Well, the only thing that I think that's interesting, well, I guess I can maybe say this, but I probably shouldn't say much anymore. But if they talk about, it's Washington D.C. is the area but it's not the case, right? The most concentrated area in the United States where kids go missing every Halloween is actually in the Portland, Oregon area.
Shanghai tunnel, right?
I'm not. Maybe that's where they go.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say. So that's it's not the best ghost story or whatever, but I thought it was interesting.
Would she be interested in coming on here, or would that kill her credibility? Or
probably, but no, she probably would. I'll ask her, right? And once the story gets published or whatever, she'll have definitely. Probably want to go about various different places, even small places like this, to talk about it. So I'll ask her definitely when it goes live, and then I'll see what she has to say.
Okay, great. Frank missed Ben's. Have him do it again.
Yep, do it again, Ben.
Fuck you. Eat my fiery ass.
It's gonna be, yeah. So now it's down to, I guess, me and Phoenix, right?
Yes.
Phoenix, you think you're ready?
Are you ready?
I don't know that I am.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe I'll be ready after you, I think. Is
Okay.
that okay?
That works. Well, I don't have a title because I didn't write it down. So I followed the rules. So hopefully that's a good thing. And I forgot you're not supposed to comment. Okay. Well, anyway, so I'm Phoenix, and you may know me as the writer of Separation Healing, or Rogue. And I wrote a poem called Multiverse, which I'm excited to read.
Heck yeah.
I have to admit that I have been in a very unstable place, and I'm not really sure what I want to think about that. I mean, a lot of it is kind of understanding a lot of the chaos, the chaos with everything. And I have to admit that sometimes the instability can be overwhelming, can often be crushing. The windstorms, earthquakes, pandemics, seems as though the horrors are out there in life, and it's not necessarily the same fearful response that we would get from watching Nightmare on Elm Street, or which apparently was actually, oddly enough, about LGBT people, depending on how you look at it, or Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, which we know is extremely graphic. But you can definitely feel those terrors. And so a lot of my life has been structured around confronting those terrors. But then when those terrors are so big that you're like, wait, this earthquake is actually scarier than Jason Voorhees, it kind of starts to be confusing. And you're like, wait, are these things merging in a way that I can't explain? Like, is this the beginning of madness? Is this the beginning of the way that things are crushing us and that we can't even necessarily prepare for? And so I wanted to not be so scared. And so I was like, well, a few years ago, I went to a haunted house, and there were some rumors that the house was actually haunted, which doesn't surprise me. But of course it wasn't, because it was just a tourist attraction. But basically, I went a few years ago when I was having trouble with work, with my boss. And, as Phoenix, I wanted to keep the peace, but I was like, I'm feeling this primal fear, and I'm feeling like my life could be upended, and I don't know what to do. So I'm going to go to a haunted house. And it started to become a tradition to go to that haunted house. And it seemed to get more and more real every year. And it was really confusing. But I decided that I would go with my friend Alexander. So me and Alexander go to the haunted house, and it's just a little kind of like what do they call it? Like hole in the wall in Salt Lake City. Been there for a while, and I definitely will confess that the fear was more than I would have anticipated. But it wasn't coming from the things that I imagined that I would see. And it wasn't coming from the things that I was even actually seeing. It was coming from the things that I thought I would see, which was really interesting because I had assumed that I wouldn't really see anything that would scare me, because I feel like I don't really get scared anymore because of that primal fear and having to confront the bitterness of reality. So me and Alexander walk into the lot to be able to come into the haunted house. And there definitely seems to be like feelings that like, you know, I'm exaggerating things, and like, I don't really realize that Jason Voorhees is behind me and he's going to kill me. And I know that. But I just ignore that. I'm instead looking at a guy with a pumpkin head, and it doesn't scare me like any of those, I forget the movies and that have pumpkin head villains. I think Pumpkinhead may have actually been a movie, and that always scared me as a kid. But you see, I was actually excited for the haunted house. And so me and Alexander decide that we're going to steal the hammer from the Pumpkinhead. But we're unable to, and we get into a scuffle, and nothing is going the way that we imagined. And I keep imagining over and over again, like, where is this violence within me coming from? Like, is it coming from Jason? Like, is Jason a part of me? And I don't know. And so I tell my friend Alexander, hey, like, I don't know what's going on here, and I'm kind of getting nervous. And I feel like things are going to get ramped up here in a bit, and I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I'm nervous all the time, like I'm about to read a poem in front of an audience. People that I don't even know will like the poem, like trying to read Multiverse. But I definitely feel as though heads are going to roll, as they say. Not just in Alice in Wonderland, but I think in movies like Jason Voorhees, his Friday the 13th, or any of those shows where shit gets real and shit hits the fan. But Alexander just says, hey, I wouldn't worry about any of that. And so we scuffle a little bit with the Pumpkinhead. We don't get the hammer. And I keep thinking in my mind about how, like, I'm headless. And I'm like, wait, is that a reference to the Headless Horseman? And sure enough, there's a horseman there, and he's headless. But I'm not actually seeing that. It was just something I imagined. No. It was, I get it now. It's just an image on a screen. But I guess the difficulty is I can't really imagine what is actually there. And so Alexander says, hey, they're letting us in. So we end up getting in line to go into the haunted house. And that's when I admit that the fear gets ratcheted up. And I don't really know why. Probably because I expected that. Probably because I expected that if I was in a haunted house that I don't even know if really is a haunted house, that it might be this weird thing where, like, I might actually die. And Alexander jokes about it, you know, because COVID is really happening. And because COVID is happening, like, we could really die. And I think about how I definitely could. But a lot of it for me is just getting out of my head. And so we walk into the line, and then we get inside the haunted house. And for a while, nothing happens. We kind of just walk. And Alexander is kind of quiet behind me and just, like, saying hi to everyone. It reminds me of when I went to haunted houses as a kid. And I definitely wanted to enjoy those. And I was always enjoying the art, but I wanted to treat the ghouls and the zombies as friends. Like, probably seeing myself as a little bit of a zombie, having my mind slashed. And such things definitely made me afraid. And I had to admit that I was afraid, and I begin to shiver. But Alexander just continues to say hi, and it starts to become like this repeated motif, just like the same reaction. It's like, wait, is that deja vu? Is this what I think is happening? Of course it is. Of course it is. But then, of course, it isn't. And then I realize that I'm losing track of what I'm actually seeing. And electricity and a spark, and more electricity. And I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's actually shocking me. I don't know if I'm actually. So I tell myself again, okay, calm down. It's just a haunted house. Like, nothing's going to happen. You're going to be just fine. I know that you can probably tend to be a little long-winded in your writings, which you definitely know, and how there's a little bit of a kind of self-indulgent quality to it. But I know that you're just trying to capture what you need. And what's unfortunate is Alexander tells me this, and I'm not even paying attention, because I feel as though I just got electrocuted by something I didn't even expect. I can't tell if it's lightning or some generator, this generator that's trying to kill me. But anyway, it's just a haunted house. I'm not actually going to die. But that's when I start feeling some of the sparks within myself, literally within my legs, within my arms, within my stomach. And it's those nerves, always those nerves. And I'm like, should I read a poem here? Actually, I should probably go home because this isn't fun anymore. And I feel like I'm losing my spark. I think they would say my spark. And that makes me sad that like, I realized that I got electrocuted. And I think what sucks is I realized that my head did get chopped off by Jason. And I didn't want that. And so the blood was spurting everywhere. Yet somehow I was alive and I hadn't really died. So it was a weird thing. And I got electrocuted again. Didn't even notice I'd been electrocuted before. Hadn't realized that I was in a set on Final Destination, except I think shit was actually going down. And so I was feeling very afraid. But then Alexander is just like saying hi to all of the villains and the deja vu again. But I realized, hey, this is familiar. Like, I'm not so afraid. Like, I'm actually okay. I'm actually okay. I acknowledge I'm okay. I'm going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. So we continue to walk. And then I remember was it a train? Was it, I can't remember what it was. No, it was an ice cream truck. And there was it, as cheesy as that may sound, but not that cheesy. It was devouring a child outside, and I didn't even see that coming. But no, not really. I just imagined that. But so I see it though, and he's talking to me and telling me about how worthless I am. And I'm like, but like, I'm not worthless, you know? Like I've got these things I'm trying to share and these ideas, and like I think I'm talking to it, but I'm not. And I realize it's because I got bit. My arm got bit off, and the blood was spurting, and it's making me kind of sad and wishing that I wasn't in a Final Destination movie. I mean a movie by It. It's crazy how all of these things were starting to converge and how I was electrocuted again. Why was I electrocuted? And such a thing makes me sad to think about because I don't understand where all of the nerves come from. Like, clearly I wasn't electrocuted because I'm still here and I look at my body and I'm still whole. Yet that's when I see, is it a noose? No, I can't even tell, but my throat, there's like a ring surrounding my throat, and it's the blood from having my head chopped off. But not only that, I'm actually being hung, and I'm being hung, and it's making me think of all of the terrible things that have happened to people who have committed suicide, and all of these times that I've thought of that suicide. But I tell myself it's just horror. It's just Halloween. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be all right. And Alexander jokes and says, "Hey," to the guy that looks like it. I guess the second clown that looks like it. I guess there are a couple of clones. Not that I've seen Us, but I was fascinated by the clone idea in Us. So I'm starting to come back to normal again. These were just things I was imagining, but I was realizing that I was kind of upset by seeing the guy being hung from the ceiling, how that was making me really sad. And I guess I would say even depressed, because I wouldn't even know why people would feel such desperation to be able to escape this life, to be able to escape their body, and how much that hurts and how much it sucks. And so anyway, I tell Alexander, I'm okay. We don't have to go. I'm going to be all right. So we continue to go through. And there's more and more people. And like, I can't even tell what they look like. It's like pumpkin heads and like faces that are mutilated and like people that are like, just like shadow. And like all of these people that I'm seeing over and over again, it's like my life has become a laugh track, as if I was just like dead ringer, or as if I was knocked loose, or as if I was anything like that. And I don't know what to do with that. And it makes me manic. And I don't know what to do with like these faces that are looking at me, and like, why are they looking at me? Like, they shouldn't be looking at me. Like, it's not fair. But I tell myself, it's okay. I'm just chilling. They're all telling me I'm worthless. I'm not worthless though. Like, you understand I'm not worthless. And I tell them that. But I realize I'm not saying anything. I realize it's just in my head. Like, ultimately I can't really say anything. And like, such a thing makes me sad. And like, I don't really know what to do with that. I suppose, you know, there may be a difference between a slash mark and a slasher film, but I feel as though these things kind of like tear me apart from the inside anyway, because I resonate so much with like the pain that so many people have been feeling in these stupid graphic movies. And so anyway, of course, I've been going on for a while. I guess that's the benefit of being able to operate in multiple places at once, as though like a multiverse. Like, I don't want to just ramble on for 20 hours. So let's keep this simple and get going again. But a lot of it for me was like realizing that it's just this constant exhaustion, and I even wrote a book called Exhaustion, and it was about a universal exhaustion that people felt, kind of inspired by, I don't know, Indian Buddhism or something, and kind of feeling all of these things. And so I continue to walk through, and I did see the truck. I saw the ice cream truck, and it made me think about all the people that have been violently assaulted by ice cream men. By ice cream. I scream as if I even know the difference of what that even is. And it's like getting confused with like what these people are supposed to represent. I thought clowns were supposed to be happy. But then that's when my heart is broken, because I'm seeing that there is a truck. It's an ice cream truck. And there's people inside who have been brutally murdered. And I realize that I can't watch that. And I'm still with my friend Alexander, who says, hey, Phoenix, stay with me. You're okay. Everything's going to be just fine. I'm like, well, no, it's not going to be fine. But I realized I didn't say that either. And the only thing that I realized that I had actually misinterpreted Alexander's actions by what he was saying. He is concerned for me, but obviously the problem is that he realizes that people have really been brutalized by ice cream truck men. And it sounds kind of absurd. Maybe it's more of a metaphor. Maybe I just imagine these things because I imagine these things happening. But I mean, I guess if my head was chopped off at the beginning of the haunted house and I didn't even notice, but I can see the ring from the noose, and I guess the suicidal attempts of all the people around me, and like what that's supposed to mean, and like how it just feels like horror. But it's not really horror because I barely understand Clive Barker. And so I'm not a Books of Blood, and I tell myself that I'm not a Bagginses from Lord of the Rings. And so I'm just like, I don't have to be a hero. I don't have to be anything. And so I continue to walk with Alexander, who seemed to be disturbed by seeing all of the violence in the truck, seeing the brutal bodies, the brutalized bodies. And so we continue to walk through. And at this point, I'm like, is this a haunted house or is this reality? I'm starting to realize it's more and more reality, and tell myself that it won't matter because I'm already dead anyway. Like, I know that I'm dead. And so I continue to walk with Alexander, and those damn nerves. And I don't know what to do with them. Always like destroying my life, like ruining my life, you know? And so I tell myself, I'm going to be okay. But Alexander has like this super sad expression on his face, and I can't even tell why. And I realize it's because of the violence. And like, I felt the same way. You know, I was assaulted by, I would describe religious folk who felt that my work was really disturbing, and it was. And I didn't even like it. I didn't even like my older books because I thought they were horrible, and I was happy when I lost them because I would never want to publish them. But I realized that I kind of tilted away from my roots, and I was losing track of what I actually cared about. And so I think a lot of it was, you know, if you watch The Exorcist as a 15-year-old, a lot of it is because you're trying to exorcise your own demons, and you don't even necessarily know what that means. So I end up pulling Alexander out of the truck so he doesn't have to see the bodies anymore. And I see that he looks sad and depressed and anxious. I'm like, hey, welcome to the club. Like, this happens sometimes. And at this point, I am like just shaking and shivering because I'm like, I know that this is real. I know that everything that I'm seeing here is real, and there's nothing I can do about it. And so we continue to move through, and I almost tripped down the stairs. And then I realized I did trip down the stairs, and I broke my wrist because I landed on it wrong. And now the bone is protruding. And anyway, I don't even like slasher films. Why am I talking about slasher films? So Alexander helps me out from the stairway and see that my wrist is okay, but I still see the ring around my neck. Can't even tell at this point if it's from having my head chopped off or being hung. Could be from anything. But it's just like, a lot of it is like, I just wanted to tell a good story. Like, that was all that I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to tell a good story around a campfire and like have like a good time, maybe a little bit metafictional in some ways. But I started to realize when seeing Alexander's dismay that I really could trust him. And so we continue to move. And I know that like all these people that are telling me that I'm worthless are not telling me anything at all because like they don't exist. They only exist in my head. But of course I know that they're real because they're always there. And I think about people who have struggled with like drug addiction and thinking about how they must feel dead and like how they have these delusions about Satan, how they have all of these delusions about God. And there's like this graphic battle that's taking place in their head. And like, it won't stop because they're both competing for your soul. And it sounds dramatic, but there's definitely a lot of truth to this whenever we look at the reality of this internal pain and these conflicts that we feel between the better angels of our nature, as they might say, as Steven Pinker might say, but also the reality that there are graphic, brutal things in existence. And I realize that a lot of that is from trying to understand my own reality and realizing that it's incomprehensible and that it scrambles and that I don't even know why. So anyway, I tell Alexander we're going to be okay. We got past the ice cream truck. I tripped down the stairs, but I'm okay. And I remember that when I went to this haunted house last year, there was the sound of a car, and the car was honking the horn. And I was like, we've got to be close to the end. And so I have to admit, I'm feeling a little bit amped because I'm like, yeah, like this is the way that it should be. Like we want to get to the end because we're scared, because this haunted house did a good job at horrifying us. But then I'm like, but no, it's like, the fact is I'm crazy. Like, this is a really, really haunted house. Like, I don't know how people haven't noticed that this is what's been going on. And that really bothers me, that people could sell fiction or reality as if it was vice versa. Weird expression. But the reality is, like, all of these horrible things are happening around us and we don't even realize it. We don't realize that it's happening in our head. And we are the source of those things. And so, but Alexander's okay. And he's like, hey, Phoenix, how are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. And I know that you're not scared, because I've seen that you're like not scared, even though I knew that he was scared. And seeing him hung up again, not hung up just in the sense of like hung up on what we're experiencing about how this haunted house is real, but also in the sense that I see him on the ceiling. And of course, I'm just imagining this. Alex is next to me saying how much, like, you know, he appreciates. But then I see the ring around his neck and just like, I don't really know what to do with that. So we keep going. The sound's getting louder from the horn, which we know the car that's going to totally run over us. And I know that it'll run over us. Maybe not as violent as something like Final Destination, but it'll be there. And so I grab my wits and I get my wits about me, and we continue to move through and this whole reality that I've been experiencing. And I'm like, I guess this would be like virtual reality, except it's real. And all of this shifting around and transformation and realizing that the evil is always within myself. How I don't really know what to do with that. You know, like I could, it would be as though I could kill someone, but I wouldn't, because Alexander's a nice person and I wouldn't kill him. There's no way I would kill him. Like he's my friend. Like there's no way I'd kill my friend. And it's just these feelings that I can't quite describe in those damn nerves. And it's not as if I'm even reading a slam poem like Multiverse. But the horn's getting louder and louder. And I keep seeing these axes being thrown everywhere, and they're like chopping through me, but they've got to just be projections. I'm imagining them, of course. But nope, I see the blood. I see the blood. Somehow my body manages to stay whole, and I don't even know how. But the axes are definitely real. And I really was electrocuted. My head really was chopped off. And the pumpkin head guy, as cheesy as it may sound, smashed me in the head with his hammer. And I'm feeling all this stuff, and just I don't know what to do. And so I continue along. Medication will make it good. It'll make it to where I don't feel these things. So Alexander is still with me. And at this point, he's laughing again. He's like, yeah, you wouldn't kill me, Phoenix, right? I'm like, yeah, why would I kill you? My whole thought is like, but what if I could? Like, what if I was like someone like that? And like, would I do that? And I don't even know, because like just the evil that I feel and the way in which like I feel like I'm being possessed all the time. And I can't run those demons or exorcise those demons. And so we continue to move, and we're getting to the end. And there's just a crazy clown with a chainsaw. And as I said, I wouldn't keep people for too long. But I realize I want to keep them for too long. I want them to hear my stories forever without even knowing why. And I want them to be able to hear like the terror and like know what it's like, even if they're not able to experience it. I mean, it's not like I'm possessed by demons, right? Like I wouldn't kill anyone. And the crazy with the chainsaw, and then we're smashed out. And it occurred to me that I hadn't even seen the car. Just remember all of the dragons reaching out towards me, and I couldn't tell if that was in my mind or if like it was real dragons. Or no, it wasn't real dragons. It was just the things that they were doing with the machines, which I guess machines could be just as scary if everything becomes automated within ourselves. But then Alex is looking at me, and I'm like, hey man, like that was fun. but like I didn't feel like it was fun. I felt like it was the truth. I felt like I saw everything. And he's looking at me, and I'm like, "Hey, dude, like, why are you looking at me like that? Like, that's weird." But that's when I realized that his hand is on my stomach, and his hand isn't on my stomach. He's holding a knife. He just stabbed me in the stomach. "Hey, Phoenix," he says. I'm like, "Hey." Blood's there, just dripping in the sad pool. "Hey, you know, I wanted you to be here forever. Like, I want you to be in this haunted house, you know? So haunt it." I collapse. Blackness. But I'll wake up again, and I'll be just like one of the miserable wretches inside of that house.
That it?
Yes.
I gotta say, it was long-winded, but I could feel a genuine pathos. Are you okay, dude?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
I worried it would be long-winded, but I don't know, like,
get a little restless because it went on so long. But I mean,
Mhm.
it was interesting.
Yeah.
So I guess that just Gregor.
Well, a lot of it, I actually tried to minimize it because I knew that like people have to get going and stuff. But I actually appreciated the format because it sounded like a fun format.
Yeah.
And so I took a little bit more time because of that.
So Gregor, do you have time to listen to mine before you go?
Well, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, great.
I don't. I think I'm gonna have to hit the hay.
Yeah, thanks a lot, buddy. Okay.
I had a little too much whiskey at dinner, so I'm sleepy.
Thanks for the support. Okay.
See ya.
See.
Boy, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Ben, are you asleep or dead?
I'm dead. Always have been.
As long as you're not snoring. I can't believe Zach left before I got to tell mine. I feel disrespected by that, but you know, whatever.
Send him a nasty gram.
No, he's his own man. He can do it. Come and go as he pleases.
You should go to his house and kill him.
Is this affecting the picture at all?
Yes, it does. Is it a filter?
I don't know, but I mean, is it manageable?
You look like the Death Grips. You look like the Death Grips video for Guillotine.
I don't know what that means.
It has a bunch of static everywhere.
Okay. I call this tale Imps.
Imps?
Imps. We all know what imps are, right? So Anthony would spend summers with his uncle Ray in Wildflower, Tennessee. Now, Uncle Ray was a veterinarian. And he deeply cared for animals, and he tried to instill that same love and respect for animals, you know, in his nephew, Anthony. So during the summers, you know, he would work, he would do shifts at the veterinary hospital, you know, helping out, you know, for just a few dollars. It wasn't kind of an under the table kind of gig for Anthony to kind of, you know, learn the ropes and how to, you know, calm, you know, panicky cats and dogs down, how to check for lumps, you know, cancerous lumps, you know, and, you know, just different things like that, how to mix up medicine in their food dishes, all these things, you know, that most animal lovers are familiar with. Well, one day, it's a particularly busy day. You know, they've got dogs coming in on leashes and they want to sniff everything. And sometimes they even piss on the floor, you know, because they're excited at the smell of all these other animals. One day, this old man, you know, heavy set, gut, a graying beard like Gandalf, you know, but shorter. He comes in with this antique bird cage. And now it's got an old fashioned, like, you know, keyhole on it. So it's like if there's a bird in there, you know, there's no bars. The only air it can get is through the keyhole. And he signs his name in the appointment, you know, log as Passi Einari, which is Finnish. It's a Finnish Norwegian type name. And he assumes that the man is bringing his bird to be checked out. Okay. Only when a dog, manages to knock open a cat's cage, and the cats are running loose, and the dogs, pissing everywhere and licking everything and jumping up on everybody, and their cat's loose, running under tables that he's got to fetch, and everything. Once that gets straightened out, he notices out in the lobby that the man has abandoned the bird cage. He said, well, that's just great, Who's going to claim this? Who's going to claim these fucking birds, So he goes over and he peeks inside, He said, well, where is this guy gone? He just abandoned the bird cage. He looks inside and jumps back because he sees that whatever's inside, it has cloven hooves, like a fawn, those forest creatures. And a forked tail. Okay. And then he sees that there's more than one. So he goes to tell his uncle, and they decide to close early. And Anthony's thinking, we could probably sell this bird cage, sell this antique bird cage, he just abandoned it anyway. And so they take a look inside, though, and he says, but look at this. I don't know what to make of this, Uncle Ray. They look inside, and he sees the cloven hooves and the forked tails. There's two of them in there. And Uncle Ray hurriedly paces over to his bookshelf, where he keeps a shelf of mythological beings and folklore and bestiaries, of ancient fairy tales and whatnot. And he pulls one down, opens it, and says, these aren't birds. These are imps. He points to it, and he says, and I believe that they actually have the power to grant wishes. Everybody still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. He says, I just wish they didn't, because Uncle Ray was such a stickler for, conservative values, Christian superstition and whatnot. He said, I just wish they didn't have, devilish features, the forked tail and the cloven hooves. Then they change. They change into something a little bit more harmless, with a wagging dog tail on one and a long, coiling, pigtail on the other. 1 second, my cat either wants my attention or wants out. Fuck. I expect you to subtract points for that, Frank, even though this is just for fun. That's sloppy. I will deal with Gracie and I will be right back.
Can you hear me okay? This is a different setup for me because usually I use my headphones.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
All right, he's back. Imps have changed their form
to something less offensive to
right.
sensibilities. He says, would you look at that? It worked. I inadvertently wished for something and it happened. And then he grabs both sides of Anthony's face. He's, listen to me, nephew. I think because he noticed that one of them had one less finger now, where they had 5 fingers before, they only had 4 now. And he says, I think that because there's 2 of them, we each get 5 wishes. And every time we wish, one of their fingers goes away. And he bases that on the idea of the monkey's paw story. Okay? We've all heard the monkey's paw stories, where you make one wish, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he says we cannot make any wishes that would have possibly catastrophic outcomes. We've got to be so careful with this, Anthony. He says, yes, Uncle Ray, I hear you. And he says, I just wish we could communicate with him. Then the imps begin speaking English. He says, salutations, hey, howdy, how you doing, And he decides to name them Lasher and Sax. Lasher, based on Anthony's favorite Marvel Comics character, in the Venom series, and Uncle Ray names his Sax because he used to be a jazz musician in his early and late 20s. So Lasher and Sax. So they've both made one wish each. So they're down to 4. Each imp has 4 fingers now. So time goes on, and Anthony, with only his Uncle Ray to communicate with for the summer, he starts feeling lonely. You know, his friends don't make the trip with him, obviously. All he has is his Uncle Ray. And he says, you know, I'm so lonely. I wish I could meet a girl. And so Lasher grants him this boon, you know. But Uncle Ray, he meets this. Oh, no, I messed it up. Okay. Okay, so let me back up, guys. Okay, it's a good thing this is for fun because I would have messed it up. So Uncle Ray, not liking this, he's starting to panic. You know, he sees that they've both made a wish and they both can come true. What if we fuck this up? You know, what if we make some wishes that alter the fabric of reality? I don't like this. When Anthony's asleep that first night, he takes the birdcage, takes it out into the forest. Is somebody asleep?
Hey, I don't know.
Did I put someone to sleep?
No, we're here.
Okay.
No. I don't know what you're hearing.
So he takes the birdcage out to the forest, you know, and makes sure the imps are locked up tight inside, you know, and then he says, well, I'm not going to be cruel. I'll let them out, you know, but I'm going to leave them here. This is power that is too strong, you know, and I can't risk anything happening to my nephew. I'm going to leave him here. You know, this is too dangerous, and I'm superstitious anyway. So he goes, he gets to his car, and he hears these pitiful cries. You know, they're not just the cries that emulate a baby's cries. They emulate the cries of Uncle Ray's baby daughter, who passed away in the crib. They emulate that exactly. He turns back. His eyes are a sheen of tears, you know, bubbling over. And he cannot leave these imps there. He rushes back, puts them back in their cage. You know, they're safe and they're safe and happy in confinement there. And he takes them, puts them back in the car, and takes them home. Says, "I'm so sorry. You know, I can't do this to them," because they sounded like actual human babies, but particularly the tone of his infant daughter when she cried. So time goes on, and they're still hesitant about making wishes. They try to keep having, you know, normal shifts and everything. And as I said before, Anthony is lonely because he only has his Uncle Ray to talk to and these imps. So he wishes that he could meet a girl, you know. But at the same time, Uncle Ray wishes that, and he knows this is bad, you know, he almost wishes this is a fluke. He says, "I wish I could have my daughter back." He says it almost like a thought, not even out loud, but he wishes it. Nothing happens. But Anthony does get his wish, you know. One morning, his girlfriend, this girl, he meets this girl who brings in a cat, you know, and it's a stray, and you know, she said, "Look at its paw; it's got a splinter in it or something." And so, you know, he takes tweezers, you know, and gets the splinter out. It's pretty big, and this girl is really impressed with Anthony's, you know, deft ability to handle, you know, an ant animal and keep him calm and everything. And she gives him his phone number. Okay.
Let the cat wail as background noise to the story.
Yeah. It goes with the aesthetic.
Time goes on. They make a few more innocent wishes. I wish I could have, you know, a souped up V8 engine Lexus or something, you know. Uncle Ray wishes for that, and Anthony wishes for the new PS. What is it? What are they on now? 4 or 5. So then I think they're down to 3 wishes each, possibly 2. And this is where improvisation kind of kicks me in the ass. And this is the problem with not being able to write down a story following my own rules. Somehow, I wanted to get to the part of the story where it turns out that him wishing his daughter back is the daughter is the girl grown up, like a teenager, and Anthony inadvertently ends up, either kissing or screwing his, relative.
Right. That's what I figured it was headed. Yeah.
But I think I messed up the mechanics of it. So that's the best I could do, fellas, but I tried. I will write it down, and I think it will be a better story.
Yeah, I mean, I like the basic elements you had there. I mean, I think that overall was pretty good. You should have just, I
couldn't keep track of how many wishes.
Yeah, I mean, that's was part of the problem. There's too many wishes.
I should have taken notes before.
There's too many wishes.
You think so? Yeah, you're right. So what, should they have 3 fingers to start off with?
Yeah, but they also probably have 2 hands, right? So they'll be like, I would imagine they both have 2 hands, right? The imps.
Okay, 2 fingers each?
Well, they could have 2 fingers and a thumb each, right? Yeah.
I blew it. Good thing that I wasn't competing for a card. Okay, Frank.
But we totally didn't write anything down. Like, that was the fun of it.
Supposed to. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you get mixed results when you do that. Frank, there's the link in the chat if you want to come in and judge this. I am not. I just did it for fun anyway, so there was nothing on the line for me. If and anybody who wants to weigh in the chat, who's still watching that we haven't lost, Boyd, James Hall, Jay, I hope you're still watching. But so anybody who thinks that Ben deserves it for braving the wilds of their of that chip challenge, if he suffered for our amusement, if anybody thinks that Gregor's story of teasing the drawn out mystery of kids going missing on Halloween, and they're curious to know more about that, they thought he told that well, sound off for Gregor in the chat. If you like Phoenix's slightly meandering haunted house becoming more real every year story, sound that off in the chat. Or Zach's very cowboy hat, giant cowboy hat. And I guess you could vote for that, but whatever. So here it is. This is for an Amazon gift card on the line, Mr. Frank.
I think there's no doubt that I deserved it. Jesus died for your sins, but I'm doing it for your entertainment.
Frank, it's coming down to you, and anybody who wants to vote in the chat can. But Frank, it comes down to you. I feel you're the most impartial judge. Who won?
Ooh, all right.
Did Ann actually tell a story, or was she just trying to?
No, she still can't get on.
Okay, yeah, okay.
All right, excellent job by everybody, because, like you said, that's it's a challenge to tell a story off the cuff, and so it comes down to this. For me, Ben worked out best, and what put it over the top is the goddamn chip.
Right. And his was actually more of a story than the rest of them, really.
Yeah, he had a good story too, but you know what? I actually didn't look at the visual as camera going. I think it worked better, just listening to that, because that him choking on that chip like crazy while trying to spit out the story, struggle through it, man, that gave it just the perfect vibe for what you were trying to go for, this campfire story. That and so for me that worked out best, and I award Ben the win.
Yeah, I would agree.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Frank.
It wasn't in vain.
That was a really great, that's sort of like what you look forward to, like a little extra element outside of a outside of just telling a story around a campfire, and so you added that little extra thing over the top too. That was to your benefit.
Yes, I agree.
It was very performance oriented. Yes.
Yes.
We could have.
I
Most of us could have been better prepared, I think. But
yeah. Well, I thought this is what I thought Phoenix was doing, and don't be insulted when I say this, Phoenix. I thought your strategy was playing like an Andy Kaufman type thing, where you were going to see how long you could tell the story before somebody stopped you. Right? Somebody was like, "Okay, hold on a second, man. What's going on?"
That actually is a good idea.
That would have been a great strategy.
I would say the only problem is I don't know Andy Kaufman, unfortunately. I know his what he's famous for, but I've never actually engaged. So I wouldn't know how to pull that off. Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought that's kind of be what you might be going for. Is like, all right, I'm going to tell a story until they make me stop telling a story. I thought that's what you're going for, and I was like, oh man, that's a great idea.
Okay, then we'll work out the details of that after the show. I'll message you, and we'll get to work on that. All right. So,
$5, Ben.
It's more than
Don't spend it all in one place.
More than $5.
Well, nothing tastes as good as victory.
Yeah, that was definitely the most succinct, dramatic of the bunch, right? I mean, it was it was good.
Oh, thank you.
Victory is a dish best served piping hot.
And mine wasn't really even a story, really. I mean, it was.
I know. I was expecting something epic from you, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a good lie, but it wasn't a very good story, right?
Lie?
Yeah.
You mean there's not an investigative journalist?
No, it was all bullshit.
I actually thought that was really effective because I actually realized that's what you were doing, but it took a minute. And then once I realized that, I was like, oh, okay, I'll pretend that he's going to actually talk about this later on.
No, that was all bullshit.
They had me believing it, damn it.
Well, good. That was the point, really.
I thought the point was not to believe it, which is why that's interesting.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeremy.
Well,
hopefully the gift card at least covers the cost of the chip. That thing was like $10 with shipping.
For one chip.
I didn't know that you would get that sound with the chip, because I think that's what did it.
I didn't think I would.
Really? Yeah, because it's like the upset nature of the voice made it sound like it kept breaking because of the heat. But we don't. Yeah. But we wouldn't, if we heard it, we wouldn't realize that's what was going on.
Right? Yeah. It was like you were faking it. Like it was like a shortcut to good acting.
Yeah.
Well, they do that. They do that. Yeah.
I promised myself I wouldn't drink the milk until after I finished the story, and I did manage to accomplish that.
I do want to make a commitment here for those who plan on still being a part of the show this time next year. Let's make a commitment to be more prepared, to practice weeks, maybe even months in advance, to get our stories just right, so that we are masters of oratory skill.
I mean, I'll read a Halloween story that I've written. Let's
keep that open as an option as well. That way,
because I've got one called Candy Snatch. It's never been published because it's a little bit too nasty.
How long?
I can read on. I think it's under 5,000 words.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Do we want Do we want to go out with Gregor reading Candy Snatch?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
you got to get going anyway, though, don't you? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, how long does it take to read a story that long? I don't know. It's like, well, let me see how long.
We could save it for next week if you wanted. If you're planning.
Well, it'd be the day after Halloween, which wouldn't be as fun, right? Yeah, and it's also 11 o'clock, and it would probably take, I don't know, probably 20 to 30 minutes. I would imagine to read 5,000 word story, right?
You had an
somewhere around
there, and I don't want you to. I want you to be fresh for that. So
yeah.
We'll do it some other time. But next year, assuming this show is still a thing and the same cast of characters populate it, let's try to make the second annual "Dude, Where's Your Chainsaw" contest more explosive and not.
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather personally have just written a story or read a story, right? That
Let's
I mean,
do that open as an option too next year. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, because I've got plenty of Halloween stories, right, and that I've already, that have been published, right. I could have read, Wriggle Twins or something, right. But I also have this Candy Snatch story that I wrote as sort of a joke to see what would happen, like to see if I could get it published, because it was breaking all the rules of the anthology. But
I'm just curious, Ben.
Is it
what's book number 1 you're thinking about going for, depending on how much the amount is?
I actually don't know. I'd have to double check my list.
Or who knows if it would be books?
Yeah, I don't know.
Could be a brazier.
Or chips, maybe.
I'm not that fat yet. Yeah, I use it to buy more chip challenge chips to torture myself with.
I blew it though, man. I thought that I could like improv my way through it like magically, But man, I blew it in the second half of that story, and I was on a roll writing it out as in my notes earlier this morning while I was supposed to be working. I mean,
I think that there's definitely a lot of potential in that story, and I think you should probably write it down, because I liked it. I liked the.
I was working on another one too called Cold War of the Gods, but I could not get it even together as notes enough. So I thought imps would be easier to tell. But I blew it in the fourth quarter, just like our beloved Tennessee Vols do every season.
So Frank, what is new with your body?
My body is old and breaking down.
Oh, really? That's terrible to hear. Are you going to be doing anything Halloweeny this Halloween?
Yeah, we're going to have a little just Halloween party at my house next week.
Oh, that's right. You guys do that annually, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to have as many people as you normally would, correct?
No. Well, I mean, they're usually not too crazy to begin with. So there's a couple people that just don't want to come, because
right. But you're not inviting any less. You're just letting people decide what they want to do with their lives.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be less than 10 people, I think.
Okay.
Nothing crazy.
Yeah, I'm going to a little Halloween party. It'll be a small gathering.
Let me ask you this. How do I not take it as an insult that Zach stayed for everybody else's story, but not mine?
I don't know. Cuss him out.
No.
Yeah, go to his house and kill him.
No, I've got 10 years on him. I'm supposed to set a better example than that, but I don't know. I don't know how to not take that personally. You waited for everybody else's story, but not mine.
Did he know you were going next?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I know. I was still too distracted by trying to.
I don't know how to interpret that. I mean, maybe it was innocent, but I don't know, man.
My guess is that. I mean, I think that he only stuck around. He didn't. He was drunk and tired and wanted to go to bed.
But I mean, I wouldn't do that to any of you. I mean, so.
Send him a nastygram.
No.
Send him a dick pic.
I'm not going to drag it out and make it something more than it is, but I treat people the way I would want to be treated, and that's why I try not to, flake out, and I try not. I would stay for everybody's story. You know what I mean? But It's whatever. He's his own man. He can come and go as he pleases. And just like anybody else. But
I mean, I set out a block of like 2 hours for this. So, I mean, I was down for however long it was going to be.
I'm glad you came. Yeah. By the way,
normally I wouldn't.
Let's wish Michael Noah a speedy recovery, because apparently he's injured. He was all set to.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was going to be on too. Yeah.
But apparently
that's good for Ben, because he probably would have lost then, right? Ben would have lost if Mike had joined.
I don't know. He probably would have tipped it towards Ben's favor too. Let's be honest, but that was the most exciting. It broke the presentation wall. But anyway, so Frank, thank you for deciding that outcome. We'll get to work on that after the show. And what else do we want to? I mean, is there anything else to talk about or cover?
Well, I mean, I would like Phoenix to read the multiverse, but maybe Zach needs to be on the show for the reading of the multiverse, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. So yeah, when I came across that poem in the book, I was like, oh wow, man, he's written a poem called Multiverse, and he's got to read this on the show, you know.
Yeah.
So I
No,
did
it-
like that. I did like that collection. It took a while to grow on me, though, right? The what do you want to say? I can't say the word. It had a cumulative. I can't pronounce the word today. You know, the impact overall, like it built up on me, right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
like this, the sum was greater than its parts. I guess is what I'm
So
trying to.
you were saying cumulative.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, right? But it's too late for me to be able to talk. So yeah, so they had that type of an impact to it, right? Because at first I was like, you know, a lot of these poems are like listening to one side of a conversation and not knowing the whole story, right? That's kind of the impression I got from some of it. Is like, man, I would like to know what happened to make this dude feel this way, right? But ultimately, the whole package of it, you know, as a whole, like the cover, the repeated themes throughout, you know, it was very consistent and thematically consistent, and it seemed like each poem kind of layered on in the one before it, and had an impact that built over the whole reading of it. So like at first, like a couple of the beginning poems, right, I was like, man, I would like to know what it is that's causing this person to feel this way. What actually happened? What are the details that is causing this emotional distress? But eventually it didn't matter as much, I guess, right? It just seemed like it built up over time, and it seemed to be like the fact that it was like thematically consistent and had a nice rhythm and repetition. And I could also hear you reading some of them, as far as like, just because I've heard you read poems before, and that was nice. So I mean, overall, I enjoyed it. Now, there were some poems that I liked more than others. Of course, it's a big, a lot of poems. I'm trying to think. There was a particular line that I liked quite a bit. I'm gonna see if I can find it here. I don't know if I'll be able to. Can you search in? You can search in these books, right? Kindle books, right? Yeah, you can search.
Yeah,
what do you want me to search for?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember what the phrase was. Hold on, hide that. Where's the search? Oh, here we go. All right. Hang on a second. I think I know what it is.
By the way, 2 books away from 4,200, boys. Check out my Kindle dick. I add inches every time. Check that out. Look at it. There's not
you managed to put it up without it, giving our epileptic viewers seizures.
I don't know how, but it's a miracle. Look at all this shit. I mean, it's just wall to wall, just amazing. Every walk of life, every personality, every style, subgenre. It's all here, boys.
It's the multiverse. It's the multiverse.
This is the multiverse for me. This is my multiversal reality right here, legitimately. This is
I didn't tell you that I actually liked your analysis of those 4 books that you did last time, because that like captured like something that I don't think has been done that much in literature yet.
Right.
This is my favorite line, I think, Phoenix. Be straight if it makes you happy, motherfucker. Your sex sucks.
Yeah. No, I remember writing that.
So
yeah.
I like
what
that
was
line.
it that you liked about that line? Because I think most people would probably be offended.
I think maybe because
you don't have to answer that, I guess, if it's weird.
I don't know. I mean, it just really stands out. It's a nice statement, right? It's like there's a lot of like seems to be a struggle, right? Where it seems as if there's the character, let's say, who's being depicted across all these poems, seems to have some conflicting feelings about his homosexual lifestyle, right? And seems to be maybe somewhat self-loathing about it. And it's nice to see this particular climax to a poem where it's just like, fuck you, I want to be the way I want to be, and you guys suck, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like if the person was coming into his own and accepting, right, in a very kind of challenging way, right? So that's kind of, I guess, what I liked about
Frank's
it.
still here? Hey, okay.
So yeah, it was just I don't know, it was a good line, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate you reading it.
Yeah, be straight if it makes you happy, motherfucker. Your sex sucks. That's great. And then the next poem's called Fag, which is really good. Yeah. So yeah, these, like, all these when the poems started explicitly talking about homosexual sex and stuff like that, it did get it seemed like there was really a real spark in those poems, I thought. So.
Yeah, no, that I appreciate that, because I think that was actually the element that the neighbor that I mentioned previously did not like. I appreciate that you understood what I was doing. Like, right. It's not always that you like it, but that you at least realize, like, what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, like, none of that bothers me, right? I don't care, right? Like, as far as like gay sex scenes or anything related to that doesn't bother me, as far as, like, I wouldn't like
separation healing
of the cities, right? You know what I mean? If I didn't, so, but it seemed like there was a real, I don't know, stakes or real, intensity in those poems, where that was really, sparked the, it lit up, right? The book lit up in those areas, right? When it got to that point, right, where you really understood some of the deeper stuff going on underneath it. And then also, like, that ties in really nice with the cover image of those, two guys bound together, the Siamese twins, but they're, men, right? That was a real nice, that's real nice. So what I thought was interesting is that this book doesn't seem to be categorized as LBTGQ on the Amazon or whatever, you know what I mean? Or is it? I just didn't see that.
Let me actually look, because I know that some of my books are actually tagged that way, even if I didn't tag it that way in the publication.
I was just wondering, it didn't seem like it was, because I looked, I was like, I wonder if this is tagged as that, because it seemed like, you might be able to get more of an audience if it was genuinely categorized in that way.
Yeah.
And I was just curious, maybe you didn't want it to be, because...
Well, no, this one I would have wanted to be categorized that way. The thing is, I think, so it came up as literary fiction, poetry themes. Yeah, that surprises me that it wouldn't, because I may have my own categories, but there's only a few options, so it's actually very limited, and they add stuff later on. So I'd be surprised that they didn't add anything for this one.
Right. Yeah, so I was surprised, because it would seem like it might get, some more sales had it been in that particular category or tagged that way.
Yeah, no, definitely. I actually think that
cover image, right, is really a great image that goes along with the contents of the book.
I would say maybe the only thing was that I also didn't publish that book.
Right.
So it might have depended on how the publisher also categorized it.
Right.
So yeah, but no, I know what you mean.
So you think that your neighbor was put off by the gay aspect of it?
That specifically in his words. I didn't want to bring it up last time because it is sensitive, but basically he was like, actually, I don't even want to say it because it was still harsh, but basically it was just like, I didn't like the graphic nature. So, and he said specifically about the sex.
Okay, but had it been straight sex, do you think he would have cared whatsoever?
I don't think he would have, just knowing him. I hate saying that, but yeah, that's what I wondered too, is I was like, I feel like people would have a different reaction if I was doing something else.
Right.
So,
right.
Well, the thing that's kind of tragic about Separation Healing was I wrote a lot of those poems like right before I was hospitalized in 2016. Mm-hmm. And actually, whether I like it or not, part of the reason why I was hospitalized was because I was under so much distress coming out, honestly. So a lot of those poems were written with that in mind, or leading up to that. Because granted, I wrote those before the hospitalization, but it was all like, that was the turmoil, you know?
Right. Yeah. So like, yeah, I guess that was where I started really liking the book, because I kind of, in the hindsight, more understood what it was that was being, what was the trauma, right? Or what was the problem that caused I begin to understand what the topic of the one-sided telephone conversations I was listening to earlier was about. You know what I mean? So it kind of, when it got to that point, it kind of revealed, what maybe was the core, the kernel, I guess, of the work. Right? It began to work for me.
Yeah. So I'm curious because I get mixed reviews on that element specifically. Some people really like when I'm like graphic or at least very intense emotionally, but then other people cannot stand it. So I'm curious, like, what worked for you about that? Like, it sounds like you weren't put off by the intensity. In fact, that was what made you interested in it.
Right. Yeah. And it was also more concrete, more, you know what I mean? Like I knew what was going on, right? I knew what was the topic. Like earlier is like, man, I really kind of wish he was giving me some details about these events that hurt him so much, right? Like, what was it, right? What is going on? Like, tell me about a scene on the street when there's a breakup, and tell me about the water under the bridge or whatever, right? I mean, let's like paint a picture in my mind of the traumatic event, because a lot of it seemed like, I was, like I said, like listening to one side of a conversation, and I didn't get the whole picture. I didn't get a clear idea of an event or any images necessarily. It was mainly just talk of emotions and reactions and whatever the case may be. But when it hits into this topic, it's like, there's a genuine conflict on the page, right? That what the conflict is, what the stakes are, why, there's some self-loathing and there's some real hardship that's coming off the page, and energy. There's more energy in the poems that directly tackle the topic than some of the ones that are more sidewise.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I really appreciate too, not just that you read it, but also that you took that part seriously, because again, I mean, whether I like it or not, it sucked that my neighbor didn't like that element, but even more so, not everybody would respond favorably to certain elements, which you're discussing. And so I appreciate that you wrestled with it. It sounded like you weren't even put off by it.
No,
which I appreciate. Yeah.
That doesn't bother me at all. Right. I mean, like, like I said, like, I mean, I've loved Clive Barker for like most of my life. I mean, that guy is, as gay as they get, right? I mean, and he doesn't have any qualms about it. You know what I mean? Like, In the Hills, the Cities, that has a big gay sex scene in it. And, Sacrament is the main character in that book is gay. And you know what I mean? Like, and it's, you know what I mean? So, I don't care about that stuff, and it's interesting. What's interesting about it is that the person that's in whose mind you're inside in these poems is conflicted about it. That's what's interesting. There's a conflict. There's an inner conflict. He's struggling with society's feelings about it and his own feelings about it, and it's interesting, right? And it's also and that, like, that line, kind of like it comes out and he's basically saying, he's you finally, even you see that there's some anger and that he's accepting it and he's lashing out, and being assertive and staking, putting a stake in the ground or whatever, drawing a line, you know what I mean? Saying, hey, that type of thing. So, I mean, that element of it, when it became evident that the theme of it the book was that, right? And that there was a huge, you know, that I don't know. Once I caught on that the cover was so brilliantly represented what's in the book, you know, I don't know. It worked for me once it got to the point where I understood what the central conflict was. The central emotional conflict. Yeah.
This one right here, this book right here, by the way, is badass. I recommend it to anyone who wants an intense horror novel. Hobamok. Oh my God, that's intense.
What is it?
It's perfect. Hobamok. I gave it 5 stars last year. It was on my year-end list, I think. Ryan,
Is
Hobamok.
there gay characters in it?
No, I'm. If you haven't noticed, I've been scrolling through my Kindle.
Oh, okay.
The last few minutes while you guys are talking, and so I'm kind of, I'm kind of showing myself up at the same time that Phoenix is showing himself up.
I got you. So what was that book called now? Hobbit Dick?
The Hobamok. Look
Hobamok,
at the cover. I mean, that's like.
It is good.
Yeah.
So Hobamok is a reference to, I think it was in the 18th century. It was a novel about American Indians.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what that's reference.
It does relate to that, yes. But that novel is amazing for anyone who wants to read an intense horror novel that's like they've never heard of. That's it, right?
Wait, so it was, or did you say it was related to that? They talk about it?
It is related to an Indian curse of some sort.
Yeah.
At one point, she rips this girl in half in midair. It's amazing the way it's described. Oh, man. Ryan C. Thomas. Didn't he write Genital Grinder?
I don't know. I've heard of Genital Grinder.
That's Ryan Harding.
Okay.
Was that Ulysses? Did you read that?
Ulysses? Do I have Ulysses? No way.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, I saw Ulysses.
I didn't.
It was
I
one of
buying it. No,
it was one of those free versions.
Gilligan's Wake. Not even Finnegan's Wake.
Gilligan's Wake?
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually a book? Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, I gotcha.
I may have Ulysses in here, but I don't remember.
Well, it was one of you made.
Right there,
yeah. You it's one of those free Kindle versions because like they're I forget what they call them. They're like the reproductions, and they're not always as good, but they're everywhere on Amazon.
I heard that's a tough read. There is one more thing I wanted to touch on, and I'm sorry, Gregor. I swear I'm trying to wrap up, but I wanted to talk about one thing that I found in the news, and I'm not going to dwell on this because, like everyone else, I'm tired of hearing about COVID as anything legitimate. Anyway, yeah, I get that it's real, and I don't need to know anyone personally who has it to believe that it's real. But I do believe it's been blown so far out of proportion that we didn't need to shut down the world and put people out of business in order to fight it. Look at this. Lab tests confirm that oral rinse eliminates the virus by up to 98.4% in 30 seconds. Who earlier this year in like March or April was saying that mouthwash is enough to fight this thing? This guy right here. Who remembers that?
What guy? You?
Yes, this guy. Yes, me.
Okay, you're not showing yourself on the screen if you're pointing to yourself.
Okay.
You might want to show yourself and then point to yourself.
There, this guy right here.
Okay.
I was saying, gargle mouthwash every 2 or 3 hours and you'll be fine. So apparently I'm ahead of these fucking World Health Organization.
I do gargle mouthwash twice a day at least, though. Yeah.
Well, maybe even more than that if you really want to stay healthy. I mean,
I'm not really.
Imagine how many germs are constantly
you got to have some germs, right, to keep your immune system up to snuff, right?
But also, there is another potential health problem that could be on the rise that no one has even considered, and it has to do with masks. Okay, who here who has to go out and wear masks when they're in public? I know some of you guys are in states where it's more frantically, enforced than others. They don't enforce it here unless you're at work in the restaurant industry. But so how many people here can say that they actually wash their facial mask every day. Don't lie to me.
I mean, I don't. No, but I use different masks pretty a lot, right? Like I don't have to wear a mask very often,
Okay,
right? Like,
but imagine how many germs collect.
Oh yeah.
Throughout the day.
I mean, you don't have to be a scientist to understand that wearing a mask all day, every day is not healthy, right? It's just you don't have to be a scientist to understand that smoking cigarettes is not healthy, right? I mean, rebreathing your own dirty fucking air is not healthy. You know what I mean?
Sweat, saliva, food particles. If you have any facial hair, and
you're always touching your fucking face because your mask is itchy and shit. You know, I mean, it's not.
And rearranging it, Yes. Yeah. Okay. We're not. We doctors have, and I'm saying this now because I feel emboldened by having said the mouthwash thing 6 months ago. And they're just now fucking trying that. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for not considering it sooner. How did they miss that? They don't deserve to be in the position they're in if they didn't consider that 6 months ago when this guy did. Okay, but there's something else looming that we haven't even considered. Staph infection from not washing and continually wearing this over and over. Okay, we don't look at facial masks the same way we would a shirt or a pair of pants. Okay, we see it as something burdensome, and so we are only going to wash it maybe once a week. I'm guessing most people. Nobody's going to wash it every single day. They're too tired, worn out, frustrated, and sick of hearing about this shit. Staph infection in the facial area, or how many times you drop it on the floor.
Oh, right, yeah.
If you leave
they're counterproductive, I think, really. I mean,
we're going to see a rise in staphylococcus infections. I predict it now.
Yeah, I just wear the mask that I have in my avatar there. That's what I usually wear.
That is something that is definitely something to worry about. Once that starts happening, where people start breaking out, and bringing like golden staph, into environments, that stuff can stay in your joints for years. My cousin had it and almost died twice. They said it can still linger in the joints for up to 8 years or something. It could affect him when he's like 40 still. Okay, I mean, staph is way more worrisome than this COVID thing.
No, if the people shouldn't be having to wear masks. No, I don't agree with it. I think it's a bunch of bullshit.
You wait and see. Staph infections are going to be the next problem because of all the mask shit. And nobody is washing their mask every day.
No, I mean, a lot of people also wear disposable ones.
I'm calling it. I think a lot of people are wearing customized or, these tube things, that go down over their neck.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't even wear them around where I'm at. I mean, it's about half and half, maybe.
I'm calling it now. Staph infection is
I'm in a swing state, so it was about half people wear masks and half don't.
Staph is the next problem. It may be a pandemic all its own, and it could be more legit. I don't know. But frankly, I don't think that that we should react to pandemics in the way we have. I think freedom is more important,
I mean, I agree with you, but this is a big topic.
Yeah, I know. And we're just, 5.
I mean, I could talk about this all day, I
mean, is there a higher than usual instance of staph infections in places like Japan and China where masks were a regular thing before COVID?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions.
These are all things we can.
I mean, that's something you could look at.
Do you think that it's not something that has potential to be a problem later, though?
But how popular is it truly in Japan and China, though? Really, what I mean, like,
it's fairly regular for people to wear masks when they had just a mild cold or something like that.
Do you think this isn't something that could happen, though, Ben?
But they're also just wearing it for a couple of days while they have a cold, right? They're not being mandated to wear it 8 hours a day while they're standing in a factory or something, right? For months on end.
Well, there's also like the issue of places where that is the case. Like factories and such where people have to wear face masks.
Do you think that this could not be a problem later when I lay out all the conditions?
No, I mean, I think it could be a problem, but I think a
It's
bigger
possible
problem
if
is
enough
supply
people-
lines being broken down and there being famines and all kinds of problems that are caused by the shutdown and people not going to get their cancer screenings and their mammograms and afraid to go to the hospital because they think they're going to get the coop and die. I think that's a bigger problem than potentially the mask, but I imagine the mask is probably a problem as well. But I think that all the terror, right, all the fear that this is generating, right, is having an impact on people's health. And
I mean, I would think that being able to, that it might be a sign to rethink how we organize the economy from the ground up if something like this shuts down everything. But
well,
you know, now let's just, you know,
first time in history they've ever done some dumb shit like this. I mean, I don't want to get into it.
Frank, before,
but you know, no, you know, let's just, you know, let the billionaires get richer and everyone else get fucked.
Well, I mean, I don't think they
like
shut down the economy to begin with. I mean, I think it's idiotic.
Like, regardless of what you think of the lockdown, the fact that the only thing that they gave us to support us through it is a $1,200 check. You know, those guys that were arrested because they were trying to kidnap the governor of Michigan or whatever. Mm-hmm. The fact we're not doing that on a regular basis, if only to just pull governors out of their fucking mansions and throw them into garbage cans.
Wait.
The fact we're not doing that on
militia. So you support the militia that was trying to do that?
Not really. No, not really. No, but they weren't really going to do anything. They were just a bunch of.
I come up with that plot anyways. And
there was just like the feds going up to a bunch of guys and be like, hey, wouldn't it be great to kidnap the governor? Wouldn't it? I mean, like, imagine.
As soon as I saw that story, I knew that's what was going to ultimately come out. And that's exactly what
it's basically like it's like going up to a bunch of like when the feds go to a bunch of depressed Muslim teens and like, hey, wouldn't it be great to blow up the Brooklyn Bridge? Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like to blow up the Brooklyn Bridge? And when they're like, that would be kind of maybe. The feds are like, aha, see, we caught more terrorists. We are doing good. You need us. The only reason you're not getting your fucking car bombed every single day specifically by terrorists is because of us.
Yeah, I mean, it was an entrapment thing.
Frank, before we wrap this up, you as someone who has a family that works in the medical field, what do you think of the potential for what I said?
Of the staph infections on your mouth?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's possible. I'm not in New Jersey. Like, there's masks. You got to mask up everywhere you go, and I don't wash my mask every day, obviously, but. I haven't had an issue yet on that front, so I don't know.
Thank you for coming in and judging. And
he judges us all the time.
I win.
I appreciate the support, Frank, and I'm so glad that we got beyond the misunderstandings. I appreciate the support you bring, and I hope I can repay it, for Bazong in whatever small way. You've shined the light on a lot of authors and books I didn't know about recently, where you've kind of branched out, with Florida Man, The Hipster from Outer Space. Mm-hmm. I think it was you that made me aware of Standalone, actually. What did you think of that book? I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, it was, definitely totally original. The multiverse, if you want to talk about a multiverse book, there's a multiverse book. Yeah, it was a kind of a fresh take, but slashers and alien, it was pretty interesting.
It reminded me of Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is a good note to go out on. I appreciate all you guys, even Zach, who bailed at my story. No one else. All right, I still appreciate Zach too, but and I appreciate Ann. Hope she gets her tech issues taken care of eventually. Michael, get to feeling better, man. Eventually, Kevin Strange. I hope that we get a chance to touch base again soon, man. I gave you some space where you were, possibly rediscovering religion or whatever, and I did not want to negatively influence that. But I hope you're doing well, my friend, and I'll try to catch up on your podcasts on YouTube as well. I wish the best to everyone. Happy Halloween. And, you know, I am truly blessed with this, you know, strange cast of characters that populate the Quiet Place now. Thank you.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
This episode was a massive W for me, so that's very nice. And happy Halloween to everyone.
All right. And that's it. Music to follow shortly.
Boys and girls of every age, wouldn't you like to see something strange? Come with us and you will see this our town of Halloween. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene. Trick or treat till the neighbors gonna die of fright. It's our town, everybody scream. In this town of Halloween, I am the one hiding under your bed. Teeth round sharp and eyes glowing red. I am the one hiding under your stairs. Fingers like snakes and spiders in my hair. This is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween. In this town we call home. Everyone hail to the pumpkin song. In this town, don't we love it now? Everybody's waiting for the next surprise. Round that corner, man, hiding in the trash can. Something's waiting out of house and hell you'll scream. It's Halloween, red and black and slimy green. Aren't you scared? That's just fine. Say it once, say it twice, give a chance and roll the dice. Ride with the moon in the dead of night. Everybody scream in our town of Halloween. I am the clown with the tearaway face. Here in the crash and go without a trace. I am the blue when you call who's there. I am the wind blowing through your hair. I am the shadow of the moon at night, filling your dreams to the brim with fate. This is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween. Tender rumblings everywhere. Life's no fun without a good scare. That's such a but we're not mean in our town of Halloween. In this town, don't we love it now? Everybody's waiting for the next surprise. Skeleton Jack might get you in the back and scream like a banshee, make you jump out of your skin. This is Halloween, everybody scream. Won't you please make way for a very special guy? Our man Jack is king of the pumpkin patch. Everyone hail to the pumpkin king now. This is Halloween.